Hey guys, and welcome to Little Black Button 91. We are giving you guys a video on, well, a men's panel on the topic of whether women can apologize and why they can't apologize to men. Why is it so hard for women to apologize to men? Okay, why do women find it so hard to apologize to the men? Now, I know the ladies are going to get a little bit ruffled up. I know they're going to get a little bit annoyed. I know they're going to feel some type of way, baby. Okay, because they're probably going to tell me straight, listen, hey, look, hey, before we get into that situation, y'all men don't apologize too. Listen, if you believe men don't apologize to women too, we can do that video another day. But today it is about the men. And the men want to talk about why women find it so difficult to apologize, and to double back and say sorry. Because sorry seems to be the hardest word. What I gotta do to make you love me. You know what I mean? And so we're just saying, listen, we want to have a nice video. We're gonna have a real good conversation. I've got a couple of fellas already behind the scenes, have a real good conversation about this topic. Listen, feel free to comment, be respectful, keep it cute in the chat. Let us know your thoughts as well. And don't be afraid as well to support this channel. You can send a cash app, you can send a super chat as well, to get your point across and have your say on this particular panel. Okay, it's not too late to apologize. Okay, it's not too late to apologize. Okay, all right. So listen, welcome to Little Black Button 91. You are here watching Kojo and Pardue. That's my Ghanaian name for all of y'all governmentals. Okay. All right. Mineral Gang. Listen, like it, share, subscribe. Click on the bell button for notification of the uploads. We appreciate you guys staying locked and stay loaded. Let's get into the conversation today. But before we do, shoot. Got a little video that I wanted to play just concerning this topic, because I wanted to just to give us a bit of context of the conversation and where it's going. And so hang on to your seats, okay? Hang on to your seats. We're gonna get this conversation flowing, okay? All right, yeah, let's get it going, okay? Before we get it all boys and talking, let me get this video playing for you guys, okay? All right, cool. Here we go. Let me just play this video for you. All righty. Here we go, just quickly.
Feelings remain in her heart. A woman who is extremely attracted to a man will move across the world for him.
I'm on the wrong video. I'm apologizing.
I'm Dr. Orion Taraban, and this is Psych Hacks, Better Living Through Psychology. And the topic of today's short talk is why women don't apologize. I am 40 years old, and I think I can count on one hand the number of apologies I've received from women in my life. And that does not mean that I've only had relationships with honest, well-behaving, high-integrity women over the past 4 decades. What it does mean is that women seem to find it very hard to apologize for bad behavior. And this is too bad for 2 reasons. In the first place, apologizing for something you did wrong is like an interpersonal slam dunk. Almost everybody will forgive you for being wrong. Not everybody will forgive you for being right, but almost everybody will forgive you for being wrong, especially if it means that it makes the other person right. And in the second place, apologies just seem to matter more to men. And using words to solve a relationship problem is actually a very easy and inexpensive solution, all things being equal. So ladies, one of the best ways to earn respect and raise your estimation in someone else's mind is to admit wrongdoing when it's appropriate. And of course, to not apologize where there was no wrongdoing and the other person just disagrees or disapproves of your actions. Check out my episode, If You've Done Nothing Wrong, Don't Apologize, for the flip side of this talk. Today, I'm going to talk about why it is so hard for women to apologize. But before I do, please remember to like this episode and subscribe to this channel. It takes less than a second, costs going to grad school, then be sure to check out my GRE. The reason why it is so hard for women to apologize is that there seems to be a difference in what men and women consider to be the problem. From a man's perspective, the problem is some behavior for which he believes the woman to be at fault. And as a consequence of that behavior, he is now angry and upset. The behavior is the problem, and the emotional response is the consequence. And in his mind, the solution to this problem is acknowledgement of fault, and behavioral change. And I don't think that's how a lot of women see it. From a woman's perspective, the problem is not the identified behavior. The problem is that the man is angry and upset. And as ridiculous as that might seem to a man, there's actually some validity to this perspective. Like in a court of law, a breach of contract by itself is generally not actionable. You have to also prove that some harm resulted as a consequence of the breach. No harm, no foul. So it's the harm, the anger and upset, that is the foul from this perspective. And in her mind, the solution to this problem is changing the way he feels. If she can succeed in modifying the man's emotional response, then on some level, that would solve the problem. And that's why you encounter the kind of interpersonal strategies that you do with women in relationships under these circumstances. Rather than apologies and accountability, you typically see a number of emotional coping strategies, like trying to cheer you up, or making your favorite meal, or send a funny meme, or simply allowing enough time to pass for everything to blow over. All of these are strategies to reduce the man's felt experience of anger or upset. Do you understand? Women also notoriously use sex in this manner. Many years ago, I was out for a drink with a woman I was dating.
Now, before we get to that point, because that's a conversation in itself, whoop-de-whoop. If I get the men involved, wow. That video was breaking some stuff down. Listen, let me ask the ladies, do you agree? Put it in the chat. Do you agree or disagree with the sentiments of that gentleman? Was he telling truths or was he telling lies? Because I want to know what your thoughts are. I want to know if this applies to you. Is it true that women are looking at the emotional residue or the emotional action of the man after, rather than their own particular behavior? That's the question we're asking today. That's the question we're asking, because that video was breaking some stuff down. Put it in the chat if you're there, ladies. Let me know if it's true or false from what you saw in that particular video as well. Let me get some of the men aboard. Let's have this real conversation today, okay, about whether women find it hard to apologize and whether they agreed with the video we just saw. Boys. What are we telling me, boys? How we caps? How we doing? Ken, what's good, bro? It's good to see you, bro.
What's going on? How you been, man?
I'm all right, bro. I'm alive and I'm well, bro. Yeah, me. So I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. Listen, what's your thoughts on this, Cap?
Wow. I hope I don't get slaughtered. I think it's a lot of accountability, right? I think it's I think it has a lot to do with the person you're with too, because I think a lot of that goes back to their experiences and kind of what they've experienced from a behavior standpoint, maybe of their mate or their partner, when they've tried to say sorry, and kind of how their behavior might have kind of left a lasting impression for relationships to come. I think a lot of women might feel like, if I say I'm sorry, that shows I'm weak. Or if I know I'm wrong and I don't say I'm sorry, then I could play the mind game where, hey, he'll believe me at some point. I just think it gets back into a kind of an emotional roller coaster. Because I mean, I honestly, I probably can count how many times I've heard a sorry myself. So, and then it's kind of like, how do we, as men, how do we rationalize it? If we know that something was wrong, like then we have the ball in our court. But even though a woman may be wrong, how we respond might make it worse. Because if we respond in a manner of, kind of like, F that, nah, you going crazy, then you just kind of reversing it on yourself. It's like, well, then the young lady's like, I might have been wrong. I was going to say sorry, but now he's talking to me like trash. You know what I mean? Versus having a civil conversation with each other and saying, I was wrong. How can we move forward from it? and not make it an emotional response. Because I think emotions just trigger everything, man. That's the roller coaster of behavior. You know, emotions will have you saying things you never should have said. And then when it's too late, it's just too late.
You told no lies there, Cap. Told no lies at all, Ken. Black, get involved. What's your thoughts of this, Cap?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So, 2 words. Princess mentality. A lot of women are out here with their princess mentality, which means that behavior is warranted. They're never wrong. They're always saying I'm a work in progress, but their work is never shown or proven. There seems to be like a shame of exposure of a weakness. So I don't say this for all women. This is definitely not all women type of category. So if it applies to you, I get it. If it doesn't apply to you, don't let my words affect you. I'm just saying that there are women who feel like they can do no wrong. There are women who feel that they're an exception to any and every rule. And much of what Ken was saying too, I think it was Ken that said this. When it comes to verbal communication, the verbal may not be there. I know the gentleman was talking about sex. He mentioned that word, and that's a way, it's a form of apology. And I think that verbal is being X'd out for an act of service that they give to their man, or whatever the case is, or buy him a gift, or whatever the case is. But the words usually don't follow, or it takes a while for it to follow. So I think that's something that's missing.
Love that. I definitely think with this particular video that as well that the gentleman did, talking about obviously why do women find it hard to apologize to men. I definitely think he hit the nail on something. And I think the nail of what he hit is on the emotional aspects of the transaction between the two individual people. And this actually, there is proof of what he's talking about. We have a live example, bro. Like, we did a whole panel on accountability for men and women. And the women explained to us that they have to justify their action, not because they're trying to get away with the action, but they're trying to explain how they got there. But with men, we don't want to hear how you got there. You're there already. That's all we want to know. And we just want an apology. Okay. But for women, they explain how they got somewhere. So it becomes very difficult then to apologize, like Ken was saying, because let's say she's explaining how she got there, and I say, I don't give a I just don't care. Just apologize. You're jarring me now. You're annoying me. Now, like you said, because already it's about the emotions, then what happens is when I react in a particular way, I now disrupt the link, and she then gets into her feelings. Is like, well, you're not getting an apology, because now she feels the apology is justified. The only reason why she's giving me an apology is because she felt like, okay, let me rephrase that. Sorry. As she was explaining her situation, as I've cut across her with my energy or my anger or whatever, she's going to justify not giving me an apology based on her emotions. This, you know what I mean? So in that thing, she's going, well, I don't think you deserve. Why am I apologizing for now? Because you know what I mean? Like you coming at me sideways like that. What do you mean? And so it can be very difficult. To sometimes have this conversation with some women, because it's about justification of their emotions, how they feel. So it can be problematic because they want to explain, and we don't want the explanation. We just want the I'm sorry, I did that. Let me move forward. Do you know what I mean? So it can be that one of those ways as well. And again, it's not all women. I think I've experienced some great women who've apologized, but there is women I've also encountered that have been this way. Okay, Ken, jump back in for me, bro. What's your thoughts surrounding this now, man?
No, man, I think you hit it on the nail. I mean, just some ladies will not say sorry for whatever reason, and it could be right in front of your face, But just to piggyback what we were saying before, yeah, we as men at some point in that conversation or whatever happened, we have the power to either control the emotion, right? Because if we do buck, that, like you said, then it's like, oh, got him. Now I don't have to say sorry because this dude is coming back on me tripping. I just think, man, I just think, you know, from an emotional standpoint, it just got to get to a point where it's like, look, I'm an adult. I'm gonna be held accountable. I did it. Can we move on? Because you're right. I don't want to hear nothing about the middle. I don't care. Just, you know, because some people can't handle the middle. You know, depending on what the lie was, then you veer it off again. You know, depending on what it was. So I just think, man, just own up to it. Just say what happened and keep it moving. That's how you sustain a healthy relationship. To be able to have those hard conversations. Because if you can't have the hard conversation and you just try to, you know, taper it off with an act of service, or with, you know, a nice dinner or meal or something, that's not sustainable, because you're always going to know the outcome. Because we as men, we're gonna know what the reaction is going to be, so we're going to try to avoid it at all costs. So, you know, when we're avoiding that emotional threat or whatever, if you lack of words, I'm sorry. You know, it's kind of like, I don't even want to know what's going on. Just apologize. If you're not, let's just keep it moving, just for the act of sanity.
Chat either, man. Ken Grant, sorry. Black.
Yeah, yeah.
Any
I
additional
think
on that?
I think that, you know, I think accountability and responsibility for your actions is very sexy, as it is for women when they look at it at us, you know, and we're being accountable for our actions and what we did wrong or whatnot. That's one of the biggest things that can make a situation better. You know, yeah, you messed up. Yeah, you misspoke, whatever the case is. You taking accountability, you take responsibility for your actions can make it better. And I think that's the part that's missing. We don't want to see that you're sorry. We don't want to experience a sorriness in an action. You know, that'd be cool. That's cool as well. But it's nothing like those words, where the words really hold you to the actions that you took that got us where we are now. So I think that's something that's missing. I think it's something that's very important. And when you go with the back and forth about men and women, I think it's a thing that men will apologize sometimes and feel it and mean it, but I just don't hear it from women enough. But the ones that I have heard for, I do hold those women at a high regard. I mean, just based on that alone, because that tells me that you don't feel like you're perfect. You do understand that you have your faults, you make mistakes, and it makes especially in a relationship aspect, that makes it a lot closer. That makes the bond a lot tighter, because we're both being vulnerable in a way to say, okay, yes, I messed up. I can fix it. I can apologize for it. We can move forward from there. Same thing from the male perspective. You know what I'm saying? We do apologize as well, and then we can move forward too. But it makes the bond, friendship, relationship, whatever it is, it makes it a lot better. Just having that accountability and responsibility.
Yep, absolutely. So I think also what's really powerful about this situation, you know, for this situation for me, is that one of the things that happens in situations between men and women when there's a infraction is a self-defense mechanism, right? And one of the self-defense mechanisms is rationalization. I feel that happens oftentimes. There's a rationalization, like rationalizing what you've done. And then there's often another one, which is the makeup, which is what he was when he talks about women offering sex as a way to appease their emotions. That's one of the self-defense mechanisms of using emotion. Trying to make up for what you've done, almost like you feel guilty, and instead of apologizing, you make up for what you've done, and that you try to make up for what you've done by using something that the other person would want, which is, i.e., quote unquote, we might want sex, right? So they might use that as a bargaining tool rather than just apologizing, using that as a bargaining tool, as a self-defense mechanism, because apologizing is a little bit too tough to do, right? So when we talk about rationalization, one of the breakdowns of rationalization is that you're justifying your actions, right? You're justifying unpleasant actions and trying to explain it almost away in a sense that it becomes logical or rational. rather than digging deeper into the true reasons of the actual behavior. So sometimes it can rationalize what's happened, which is where the justification, hey, I got here by going, I got here by doing X, Y, Z, and that's how I got here. And so that can also be one of the ways. So rationalization is one of the ways. And then, like I said, the other one is, I can't remember what the name of it is when it's self-defense mechanism, but it's about almost making up, or I think it might be called the undoing, trying to make up for what you've done by offering something else that the person would want, appeasing them, right? So like if you've done something wrong, and I'm this is probably one of my self-defense mechanisms, so I know it very, very well. When it comes to the undoing, like when I do something wrong to someone, I'm instantly trying to make up for what I've done, and it's part of the people pleasing packet. Okay, it's part of the people pleasing packet. So those are two of the things that sometimes are happening when it comes to I think anyway, when we're asking a question, why do women find it hard to why it becomes difficult to apologize to men. So who was opening the mic? Who wanted to go? Was it you, Black? Who opened the mic? Or was it Ken? Someone else opened the mic.
Yeah, I think it was Ken. I didn't open it.
Okay, Ken. Go for it, Ken. Is he there? He might not be there.
He might be having tech issues right now.
Yeah, he might have tech issues. I think he's having tech issues. But okay, so any other thoughts on that, Black, that come to mind when you hear this topic about why do women find it hard to apologize to men?
Yeah, so it's a few things, man. Some of it can be the fault of the person, but we're all products of our environment, right? So with that being said, what we're exposed to and what we're not exposed to can have an effect on our lives and how we move forward. So in certain situations, I would say for what I said, the princess complex, I can't really blame a woman for that, because if you have a father that's there, a parent that's there, or a family member that's there that's telling you that you can do no wrong, daddy's little girl can do no wrong, you keep hearing that a mommy's baby can't do no wrong. So if that's the case, then you're going to grow up with that mindset of everything I touch, everything I do turns to gold. It may be something to fight against, but it's a true thing that's out here happening. So in that situation, I can't necessarily blame the child or blame the adult that was done for it, but just saying that could be one of the reasons why. And then there's some stubbornness that comes out just in general. Like I said, probably the environment, relationships of the past, friendships of the past, where people have taken them for granted, taking their apologies for granted, and not truly accepting those apologies, making them feel bad about apologizing, even after apologizing. So it's a lot to dig into. No, man, it's a good topic.
Yeah, this is a real topic right here. The man Williams, my guy, ETMW. What you telling me?
How you doing, my friend?
Brother, I'm doing good. I'm doing good, bro. We are talking about why do women find it so hard to apologize to men. We played a video, actually, a psych guy, I can't remember his name, I think it might be psych something, and he was talking about some of the reasoning behind why women find it hard to apologize. I want to get your perspective.
So it's a couple layers to this, right?
Talk to me, sir.
So let's start off. First of all, most women, in my opinion, let me start with that, they don't want to apologize because they truthfully and honestly do not think that they're wrong.
Ooh, wait, hold on. ETWMW, where you going with this? I like it. Okay, go on. Sorry, go on.
You good. No, so most women don't think they're wrong, and this is really not a gender thing; it's a person thing. It is really hard. So, say for example, Little Black, if I did something, I offended you or something, and you asked me to apologize, if I feel that I was right in that situation, it is really hard. Now, I can do it. I can say it. And it's plenty of times women don't apologize to me, and it was not genuine. It didn't mean anything, but I got what I asked for. I got the apology. So I really believe a lot of women do not want to apologize. The first layer of this is they don't think that they're wrong. They have read the situation over and over. They done bounced it off a couple of their girlfriends. Their girlfriends telling them they're right. Everybody in their circle is an echo chamber. So now in their mind, they say, I was not wrong, but I give you the apology if it'll make you feel better. So first of all, we got to ask the question is, do these women even feel that they're wrong? And if they don't feel that they're wrong, they give you a half-butt apology, but it's not real. It's not real because they just don't feel that they're wrong.
And do you know what? I want to. You weren't here earlier on, so what you just said proved exactly what the guy in the video was saying, right? Because what the guy was kind of saying was that, in a sense, the emotional aspect, right? So what the woman's going to do is she's going to apologize, but she don't really care about the apology because all she wants in the end is to appease the emotions of the other individual. It's not about whether it's true or false. It's about appeasing the emotion aspect, right, of the man responding, which is what the guy was saying in the video, that they sometimes use even sex as a way to apologize because it appeases the anger or the frustration of the person rather than tackling the actual issue as to what's going on. Okay, all right, I'm hearing you. ET came in hot. Okay, go on, ET, carry on.
All right, so that's level one, right? So the best thing, so I was talking to a man who he'd been married for 48 years, right? And he told me something in my relationship completely changed my relationship. I have never heard it until I heard it from him. He said, stop looking for an apology. You can get one that's not going to be genuine. He said, don't even look for it. He said, don't look for it because we don't want to get into a thing that we're fabricating words to appease the other person, right? He said, if the person truthfully and honestly do not feel sorry, don't try to force them to apologize for something. And what I learned in that situation is that my wife cannot feel threatened to be honest with me. Another thing too is I shouldn't hold it over her head apology that she haven't gave to me. So a lot of women, I had this conversation with a woman today, and she was like, I don't want to apologize to my husband because if I apologize to my husband, he's going to hold that over my head. So another thing is too is why would you apologize if it's going to be weaponized against you later? So level two, a lot of women don't want to apologize because they feel like it will be weaponized later because they actually apologize. So I say that's number two.
Ooh, okay. I'm with you on this, man. I think you're hitting on some points now because the weaponizing of the apology, it does happen in real life. Both men and women do it, but it does happen. People do get weaponized with apology, but also sometimes as well, there's a fear in there as well, which is that maybe it was a past individual who weaponized the apology. And now you come into a relationship with someone else, you assume that they're probably going to do the exact same to you. So apologizing makes you feel weak in that moment. You're like, I'm not going to be taken advantage of by saying sorry. So I'm with you on the psyche. Okay, level two. I'm with level two. You got level three?
I got level three. I got a couple of
level three.
I want to get other people involved. All right.
Drop one more level, and then we'll go to other people. Drop level three.
I want to say this. He did not tell me what the topic was. This is me coming straight in. All right. I put it on. So the level three is this right here. It goes back to your childhood, right? It's the one thing with a child. If you notice, if you ever raised kid, right? The one thing is you could have saw that child do something. That child could have know 100%, and they still say that they didn't do it, right? Why? Because most children connect abuse with apologies. If they admit to those things and they apologize, they know that they had got whoopings in the past for saying, yes, I did broke that glass. So it's another protective mechanism that I'm not saying that people are hitting their spouses. That's not what I'm trying to explain. But in their psyche, anytime that they was truthful, honest, and they admitted that they was wrong, it typically comes to some type of abuse. And that's something in their psyche that they bring into relationships later on down the road.
Mr. ETW is just breaking down these things, bro. I didn't tell you the topic. You came in hot, and I respect it. I ain't even saying that. And you're actually right. The childhood thing is a big thing. And connecting, that's again, going back to the psychology behind underneath all that is connecting it to the fragile ego, that connecting that someone obviously apologizing means they're actually wrong as a person rather than it being a wrong action. And that makes it very difficult again to apologize, because that abuse often has happened that breaks the ego of that individual as a child. So absolutely on point. ET be bringing these hot things, bro. Okay, ET, I'm gonna come back for you, bro. We're gonna come back for you because boy. Ken, talk to me, bro. What are you saying?
Can y'all hear me better?
Yeah, you're good, bro. We can hear you good.
Man, ET, what's up, man? I'm Ken. Nice to meet you, brother. I just need to play off that. The childhood. I think that is a discussion that's not discussed enough, because when you start talking about saying sorry, sometimes people, when they say sorry, in the Matrix, when all the guns came, it's kind of like you have a whole visual of events that took place in your past, right? And you're trying to develop a narrative for the situation you're in to make it make sense, and sometimes again the emotion comes in, and once the emotion comes in, that potential to make it make sense is out the gate. So I think a lot of times, and this is probably a whole nother topic, is, and this is kind of men and women, we bring certain levels of baggage, with us in a situation because we visited that situation before. Now we're just revisiting it at a different time. So we try to rationalize what we went through before to the here and now. That'd be cool and dandy if it was the same individual in front of you, but that's like, it's just a different road. It's a different path. That person is a different road in your life that you chose to go down. So I think bringing it back to sorry, it's kind of like, if I say sorry, I know what could potentially happen. And that's damaging because you're already making a scenario that never happened. So that's affecting your ability to say sorry. You know what I mean? So, I mean, I think as we get older in adulthood, we try to kind of suppress a lot of that stuff. But the more we get mature, the more it comes out. Because why? Because we think we can handle it. So when we say sorry, we're really saying, well, I know what's going to happen. So let me let this ride. Let me ride it out. And maybe it won't impact us later down the road, because I know if I do it now, it's going to be very impactful to our relationship. So screw it. I ain't going to say nothing.
On point, Ken. You're on point. Black, bring it too, bro. We saying.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that. I have to agree with you on that. It's really bad because it can be a war on your mental. Mm-hmm. Because not only can you get in trouble for telling the truth, you get in trouble for lying too. If you're caught in that lie, you still can get in trouble. You still can get that spanking or that punishment. So it's like, well, what do I do? You're at a tug of war with doing the right thing versus not doing the right thing. So because the outcome can still be the same. So I think that's that part right there. That's huge right there. I think the question would be next, man, like how do you move on from that? If you've experienced it, if you were a child that has experienced something like that, how do you get stronger? And, how do you move forward? Now, for me, I would say it's going to have to do a lot with taking chances on people, because if you apologize to the right person and the right person accepts it in the right way, doesn't, just as, to beat you up about it or whatever the case is, then you feel more safe, but it's going to be about taking chances at the end of the day. There's just one for me. But good point though. Good point, ET.
Yeah. I mean, these situations as well, when you're talking about relationships in the present, as ET, as Ken, as Black has all said, they are reflections of the past. And oftentimes what people are doing is, they are trying to complete the complex, which is they're trying to break out the mold of the past. So let's say, as ET was kind of saying that, someone's getting beaten for not telling the truth or doing something wrong. If that's done enough times where they have been reduced not to be able to speak and not to be able to have a voice or have an opinion or express, then this becomes a very negative loop for them in their childhood that gets pushed into adulthood. And so whenever they're caught in being wrong or a lie or something like that, they automatically revert back to the child state of when I was in that situation, I never got to express, never got to do anything. And you guys know I've told you guys about emotional regulation and how it works. That when you have understanding, processing, and expressing oneself. And if you can't understand, there's often confusion within the individual person. If you can't process, this causes harm to the individual within because they can't comprehend what's going on. And when the person can't express, they tend to use violent actions or aggressive actions to express what's going on within. So I think what we're talking about here is that sometimes what can happen is you can be encountering the woman, but you're actually encountering the child or the young girl rather than the adult that you're seeing in the body. And that is then going on to a separate point, and maybe you guys can talk about this a little bit later on, is that what Ken brought up earlier on when he said sometimes then our reaction then can cause a further inflammation, because actually the reaction we have actually connects back to what a parent figure might have done in the past. So whilst I may have justification for being angry, and I had every right to be angry, the way I displayed it can actually cause the person to redact and regress and go backwards, and actually start fighting me as if they were a child again, because they're like, no, you ain't gonna do to me like my parents did to me. You ain't get no apology. Nah, yeah. And that's what you were saying, Ken, earlier on about our reaction too is also important, because now that can push the person back to those past events and kind of get that triggered set again. So Ken, I saw you on that point. ET, jump back in again, because I know you've got a few more levels. Talk to me.
All right. So if a person, because I want to talk to the people, especially the women in the chat, right? I'm gonna say this, and I know it might offend somebody. I said this earlier when I said it's gonna offend some people. I'm telling you it is. If you have a problem forgiving, it tells me that it's not a problem with that person. You have a God problem, right? And I'm gonna explain what this God problem means, right? The first thing God tells us as believers, it says repent, come to Him and ask for forgiveness. So when people can't forgive, I say, hey, they typically don't have that relationship with the Father, that they're in a place of repentance on a normal basis. So the first example of us seeing how we can ask for the forgiveness, admit that we're wrong, is our relationship with God. And God doesn't punish us for us repenting. So if a woman was to build a relationship with God before a man was in a picture, and she understood that she can repent to God, she can tell God that, hey, I was wrong. She can admit those faults. When she get into a relationship, it gives us ability to see how it can be healthy, because we're supposed to be like God, right? It can show us a healthy way of repenting or admitting or apologizing for the things that they do wrong. So I know a lot of people don't like it from a biblical point of view, but God put us in place to show us, hey, when you do wrong, you confessed up, you ask for forgiveness. That is the whole apology from a biblical point of view that people miss, but they want people to act like God people, but they don't want people to serve God. And I think that's the problem that what a lot of people have with forgiveness and apologizing.
So powerful point you brought up there about forgiveness too, because that unforgiveness oftentimes is not even, and this is going back to what we've been talking about just for the last few minutes now, that unforgiveness oftentimes isn't to do with me. So like if the woman's unforgiving of me, it's not me. It is whatever's happened in the past. And I'm now the representative who is now reaping the rewards of what someone else has sown in that person's life. And so that unforgiveness and that bitterness is the pain and the wounds that women sometimes can carry because of what's happened in the past events. So now in this situation, it's like, I'm not apologizing. I'm standing 10 toes down. You know what I mean? And that can work itself up into bitterness and frustrations, and then that can then become what makes it very difficult to apologize, because if they apologize, it is not just an apology to me. It would mean unwinding and unweaving some of the past events that have culminated to this particular point in time right now. So maybe, for instance, the situation was maybe we're going to an argument. You started shouting, and I said, "Don't shout at me." But you're, and the way you're looking at it is like, well, you was raising your voice too. I was like, no, I wasn't, but you thought I was because you were so hyped and elevated because that's what you're so used to. You know what I mean? So you're automatically even making assumptions about what my behavior is. And so because of that, because you haven't taken the time to want to unwind some of the past events, it'll be very difficult for someone per se in that example where they will say sorry, because it's like, what am I saying sorry for? You know what I mean? That's how I behave in my childhood. That's how I survived. So forgiving in that moment, you're absolutely right. That forgiveness as a basis can be very difficult because oftentimes we haven't forgiven ourselves. Because we and this is one point going back to what you said, ET, right? As children, someone else puts this point, which is children internalize everything as a child. So when they see something went wrong, they ask themselves the question, well, it must be me. So it can be very difficult then to change certain scenarios because they believe that they're the one that's aired. And so when they get older, what they're trying to do, like I said, they're trying to change the narrative, because it must have been me why my dad shouted at me. It must have been me why my mom was abusing me, or doing this or doing that, or moving very, very mad with me, right? It must have been my fault. And oftentimes it isn't anything to do with you. It's just the parent choosing to do that action as well. E.T., jump back in one more time and I'm going to pass it to Ken.
And so, and it's a reason when it comes down to your kids, I think we should not discipline our kids if they come to us honestly. Like if my kids say, hey, I broke the dish. I was running around, broke the dish. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you forgive me? Because if I still whoop them in that moment of them being vulnerable to me, because it's easy. It's really easy to react with emotions. As a parent, you're like, your thing is how much you spent on that dish. And so when it comes down from an apology point of view, you got to be able to make it an open playing field for a healthy level of being able to apologize and being able to forgive. My wife, when I know that she's coming to me and she got something to tell me, I tell her, I forgive you for whatever you've done. Like I want to go ahead and put forgiveness on the table to give her an open avenue to be honest with me. And I think so many people don't feel that forgiveness is on the table. And if it's no forgiveness, why would you apologize? Why would I apologize if I don't have a chance of being forgiven for the thing that I've done? So I think in the mindset, what you really got to have is for apology to come, typically forgiveness have to be there too. It's like heads and tails. It's a two-sided coin, and you can't expect one to be there without the other.
Love that, ET. Ken, jump in for me, bro.
Oh man, that was deep, man. I think, people need to start really internalizing and looking at themselves. And I say the 3 R's, it's respect, relate, and release. You got to first respect the individual in front of you that you're trying to apologize to. Because once you do that, the vulnerability kicks in, so then you can relate to what they're going through, but I think it's the third part of release, because when we're released, to ET's point, then that's where we can forgive ourselves for whatever has happened. And then we can move forward and accept forgiveness and bring forgiveness. I think, a lot of things, there's so many small things. I glanced at the chat just now and someone said tone. I think that's a crucial element of when you're having a communication that involves someone forgiving someone or asking for forgiveness, because tone dictates the conversation, and the conversation is dictated by that tone, because it brings a level of sincerity or it brings a level of controlling. Because I think, as people, we might think, okay, you talking to me harsh. Why? You're not my daddy. You're not my mama, and so that takes a step back. We're taking 3 steps back again because we're on the defense mode, but I think when we start listening really to what people have gone through, what they're going through, and then we say, hold on, I need you to stop for a second. Everything you just told me the last 10 years, I can relate to you, but there's one thing you're missing. That ain't me, and that goes back to, I think what y'all was saying, that goes back to people putting you in a position that you didn't sign up for, but you're only there. It's like 5 people on the court playing ball. The center got tired. We got to bring another center in. It's the same game, but a different playing style. You know what I'm saying? So you coming at me like I'm gonna introduce you to the same actions or reaction you had in the past isn't fair, you know, and that sides it too. So I think when, you know, women apologize, even men, we gotta take that in consideration. You know, this is a brand new person. I gotta learn to forgive myself so I can then be forgiven, you know, and forgive. So I think that's crucial as well. So yeah, I agree with y'all on that for sure.
Love that, Ken. Love that, Ken. Black, jump in for me, bro.
Yeah, man. I agree with what everyone is saying, especially when it comes to that parent-child relationship. Me being a parent myself, I have these conversations with my daughter. I think it's important for her to know exactly what E was saying, that, you know, you can always come and talk to me, you know, good, bad, and different. I am here to listen to you. And I've noticed, you know, early on, back when she was like maybe 3 or 4, you know, having, you know, did you do this? Did you do that? When I asked the question of, did you do something? There was hesitation. But once I said,
Oh, have we lost him? I think we lost him for a sec. He'll come back. He'll come back. I think we lost him for. Oh, I don't need this. Hold on. He'll come back here. I think we lost him for a sec. He'll come back. You know, I was even going to say quickly. You know, I know how hard it is to apologize, right? And I'm talking about on a big level how hard it is to apologize. And you know, on this channel, you know, myself, you know, I've done 2 or 3 apologies as videos, as a retraction for either a statement or something I've said or the way that I've behaved. Right. So I know how hard it was. The last one that was really hard was the Kayla situation. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I didn't feel I was all that wrong, but I was wrong, but I wasn't all that wrong. So the apology was kind of hard to come by. Right. But I remembered to myself that again, that no matter how right partly I was, there was still some wrong that I did. And that is one of the most important things, first and foremost. Number 2, it's about integrity. Because if you know you've done something wrong, no matter how small it is, you still have to apologize. You can't try and sweep under the brush like, oh, I'm cool, you know, I'm good. I'm you know, and the hardest thing is also the ego. You know, when you're having to apologize, it's like it's a backtrack statement from where you stood. And it is hard because you feel like you're being weak in that moment. You feel like you're showing your tail a little bit. Also, it makes you feel like maybe what I've said, you know, if I say sorry now, will they question? And this is coming back to what you said, E. Will they question everything now I say in the future? You know what I mean? Only that, if I say sorry now, and this is how I felt about it, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've done 3 videos. They already know about me. I'll apologize if I need to apologize. But one of the things that was in the back of my head was this: if I do an apology video, hold on a minute. There ain't no other YouTubers doing apology videos out here. If they start holding me to the standard to apologize, are they going to ask for apology every single time? Do you know what I mean? Are they going to ask for apology every single time when they don't even apologize themselves? I started thinking about it, but then it came back to this final point as to why I did apologize. If I'm asking you to behave in a particular way, I have to lead in that behavior. I cannot ask you to do something and I don't showcase it myself. I cannot ask you to do something and I don't lead in it myself. But and this is actually what Christ actually shows us, which is what you're talking about, E, as well, circling back, what Hebrews talks about, that we have a high priest that understands what you and I have gone through because he's gone there first. Every temptation you can think about, the brother already done. Okay, so there ain't no temptation that you can go through that he hasn't already done. And the reason why he's done that is because he can now understand where you come from. We can't say God don't understand where I'm coming from. He goes, no, I can. I done lived it, I done broke it, I done won it, I done finished it. Okay. And so that leadership aspect, by leading in those behaviors, it means the other person also has a safety net to say, hey, look, I saw you do it, I can also do it. And it also means that I can be empathetic in that moment, that when you are in that situation, I can see that you might be hesitant or see that you don't necessarily want to apologize in that moment. I can give you a little bit of grace and offer up the safe space and say, hey, look, this is how this might have affected me. And I'll make sure I check my tone, as Ken was saying, to make sure that this isn't a berating. I'm not trying to finish you. I'm trying to repair the relationship, because that's what the sorry is for. It's about repairing the relationship, not about destroying it. So that's what I want. I want to repair and rebuild. Go for it, E. Talk to me.
All right. So Ken said something that was very important. He's talked about forgiving yourself. If you have not forgave yourself, it is really hard to apologize, because even though the other person might forgive you, you still feel that you're not forgiven because you haven't forgave yourself. So that's one thing. Tone is something different for me. I know a lot of people kind of get into the point where they say how you deliver things is important, but it don't matter how you say certain things to me. If it's the truth, I can accept it. And it might be because I come from a military background. And so if I can take the truth out of what you said, if you was yelling, if you told me that I did something wrong and your voice was at a level 20 on a scale of 10, I can receive that. And what I have realized is a lot of people can't receive it at that level, right? Because they look at it as a personal attack. So when it comes down to tone, I think because you got to understand, one thing I learned is when your emotions are high, your intelligence are low. All right. So when your emotions are high, that is the most intelligent you is. When your emotions are low, your intelligence are high. Right. You typically don't have high emotion and intelligence at the same time. So I think if you get to a point that you're in your emotion, you take what they said, and it's okay to kind of sit back on it for 3 days. Tell your partner, hey, I need a couple of days to really understand what you said. And then once those emotions get back to a level, understand the intent of what they were saying. Are they telling you this to help you, or did they tell you this to be able to hurt you? And even if it was at a bad tone, but the intentions was to help you, I'm okay with people delivering it that way. But I do come from a military background, so I look at things a little bit different when it comes down to that. You muted, yeah.
Thank you, E. Yeah, appreciate it. Do you know what's interesting that, because I think, and I love the point that you made as well about being able to receive it as because of your background. And I think I would say the opposite. I cannot receive it because of my background. I cannot receive it because of my background. Do you know what I mean? And so it's interesting. So even there, that's where, you know, I think last name was kind of saying last name first in the chat was kind of saying about having a conversation. There are some parts of a conversation that does need to happen in some regard. For instance, for me, tone is very important because I feel like people can be hella sneaky about what they're saying when they use a certain tone. You know what I mean? So, you know, for me, tones, wordings, phraseology, rhetorics, all of that is very, very sticky for me. I'm a person that pays attention to it all. And so that's a very big thing for me personally. But again, because it's not a big thing for you, it just shows straight away that there is going to be some level of potentially conversation, especially from the person who's been offended, his part or her part, to explain where the offense has occurred. Because when I explain, I'm going to tell you X, Y, and Z as to why I found what you did offensive. Because it might not just been you know, what you said, but also how you said it that can also offend me as well. Like if I say to someone, you know, keep quiet, please be quiet, but I tell you, hey, be quiet and shut the F up. There we go. You see the wording that's changed here. It's the same thing. Shut the F up or be quiet. They want the same thing, but the wording can be very much problematic because of the weight. Now, it depends also, like you said, on the background of the person who's offended, which is why we have to have that conversation from the person who's been offended to the person from the person who's been offended to the person who's offending, so that then the other person can also understand when they do something, this is why I am saying what I'm saying. I come from this background. I don't like that. But for ET and other people, that might not be an issue. And so that conversation that's had is so key because there are extra components to the moving pieces here as well, to the puzzle as well. Go for it, E, before I go to Ken.
Yeah. So I just want you to understand what I'm saying. All right. I'm not saying that. First of all, I don't think that you should be yelling in a relationship. In a relationship,
Of course, yeah.
The voice should not do it. So I have a mentor, and I was doing something wrong. I was wrong. My mentor, if you would have heard what he said, you would say he cussed me out and he hung up the phone. That's literally what happened. Like, it was a lot of bad words. Click, and he hung up the phone. Now, this person have helped me make thousands and thousands of dollars in my business, right? I could have got emotional and said, I don't like how he's talking to me in this moment, and I could have cut the relationship. What I did is I removed myself for 72 hours. I literally wrote down what he said down so I can go back and understand what he was saying. And then I just feel like a lot of people, when you make an emotional decision, it just typically never end out well. A lot of people get divorced on emotion, and I think that's just such a bad idea, in my opinion. But it's just from my perspective. I understand if your background doesn't give you the ability to separate the wheat from the tare. I understand that you can't. Some people can't do it, but I think we should always take 72 hours. Let's just see if it's still that bad or what they said 72 hours later. And it might be still that bad to you. But in my mind, we got to be able to separate the wheats from the tares.
That's a fair point. Ken, jump in for me. What are you saying? And I'm going to go to Sean after.
My bad, I was on mute.
No, you're good, bro.
I think going back to the tone thing, I think it also has to do with who you're speaking to, and if you know how you automatically know how they're going to respond because you have a relationship with that person, right? Whether it be intimate friends, whatever, you already know what their mindset is, so you can adjust your tone based off of kind of where you're at. So, like for instance, if I know that I'm talking to my lady and I go crazy or buck wild in a high manner, I know how she's going to react off the break because from past experiences. But if I know if I say the same thing, to your point, if I say the same thing using the same wording at a different tone, I'm going to get a completely different response. Like if I said, hey babe, I don't like what you're doing right now, versus me saying, hey babe, let's talk about it. I don't like what you're doing right now. She's going to take that completely different. She's going to look at me and say, okay, cool. He's talking to me in a manner that's respectful, because a lot of people see if you raise your voice at them, it's disrespect, right? Depending on where you're from and what's going on in your circle. But then a lot of other people might say, okay, he's talking with me like he got some sense. So that whole conversation is going to be let off that, because a lot of times I think that we have the ability to lead a conversation, right? But to ET's point, which I like, when we get elevated on emotion, sometimes what we say may be of low value, meaning we might cut up. But when we think about it and we kind of even it up, it just leads for a better outcome. So to that respect, I think that delivery is just going to set it off either positive or negative.
Yeah, you ain't playing no games. You ain't playing no games. Sean, jump in for me. What are you saying?
I guess since I'm coming a little late, like, is there a specific question? I know I've been hearing different, viewpoints on how to handle conflict, or how, what leads or triggers an apology, or what behaviors can be offensive where an apology would be needed.
So there's no specific question at this point. The conversation has just flowed into this point where we were discussing, similar to what you just kind of said, about how tone was affecting potentially an apology coming back your way. We kind of hit the groundwork with explaining about women and why they might not apologize, and I think the conversation has shifted now to a point where we're just discussing what can prevent, almost, I guess. There's a question hidden underneath, which is what's preventing women from apologizing at this point. So, and we got to a part where it's tone. So if you've got an addition to tone, or you've got somewhere else that you want to go with it, go ahead,
Yeah, I think we covered the tone. I wouldn't have anything to add. I'd say ego. I think ego is that big part, right? And we all have it, right? Men have an ego. But I think from what I've seen and experienced, either in relationships or just, across social media and YouTube, a lot of it is ego. And I've just seen women, and this is not obviously every woman, because I don't want to get into this. Well, not me, right? Well, we've seen several women have a very hard time humbling themselves and apologizing, right? Even, you know, they've cringed at the mere mention of them having to apologize. It's like it's a joke that has become truth, right? Where women think that they are right a good majority of the time. And I remember, and we talk about this often, but I think it bears repeating because it gets so much praise, and it kind of lives on. When, you know, we were in Atlanta and Phil, I don't know how much he was joking. I think we need to get him on to find out how much of a joke it was or not. But, you know, he mentioned, you know, and I'm paraphrasing, right, that women were right 80% of the time. And I mean, the women in the audience just, you know, yeah, you know, they loved it, right? And it was almost like, you know, they wore it as a badge of honor, like, we're right 80% of the time. You know, I think that is a misnomer. That is definitely not accurate. You know, and I'm not going to get into a debate of are women more right than men or vice versa, but it's not the majority, right? And I think there's a lot of reasons where, you know, whether it's women have gotten some difficult challenges handed their way by the way of patriarchy, by the way of, you know, sexism and things of that nature. So I do have some empathy in terms of why women may be hesitant when it comes to, you know, saying to a man they're sorry. But I think at the end of the day, that's one point where we got to be equal and understanding, like, hey, if I make a mistake, let me put my pride to the side and be honest that I made a mistake, right? It's okay. I think when we get into that fight and debate of why I'm not right and you did this, and then all of a sudden the argument is swinging back in my direction when I told you about something that you did, and now you're talking about something that I did, I think that's manipulation and it's pride. So if we're going to talk about it, women have to do this, things that men need to work on. And I'll be the first to say we have our fair share of room to grow and do better collectively. But for certain, that's an area of opportunity for women, is that humility piece, to be able to listen when we present them with, hey, listen, this is something I didn't like. We get a whole lot of what ifs and why not, and this is what I think, and this is what I feel, and this is why, you know, this is why you're wrong, and this is, I'll tell you I like natural women and you tell me I'm wrong. Well, you don't choose natural women and they're wearing makeup anyway. It's like, you're wrong about that. Like, I actually do like natural women. Now, the newest thing, right? They're telling us in the comments that we really don't like women that are peaceful. They're telling us in the comments. We have said 9 times, and you know, a case in point, right? And I'll land my plane, is we were talking about Mercedes, and me specifically. You know, the other brothers that might have been talking about it aren't here on the panel to speak for themselves, so I'll talk for me. I say, you know, I really enjoyed her energy. You know, I like that she didn't want to date around. And this is for anybody who doesn't watch the show. This is a show ready to love, right? So I just liked it. She settled in on one guy who they have the most things in common, and she went that way, right? And I said, I love her energy. And they were like, oh, you know, she needs to be more serious. The men are going to run all over her. She's going to get manipulated. You guys say that, but you never, you know, see, that's why she's going to be out here getting abused. It's like, you're wrong. You're actually wrong about that. You know, the average guy that I know, my friends, my family, we love a peaceful woman. You know, we love, and a woman that's peaceful will be on a pedestal for us. We won't even fight about 50-50. We won't fight about any of these things, because you're making our lives better. Men value peace. We value respect. But, you know, the women like to tell us differently. And that's where I have an issue.
ET's soaking him up. Before I go to I'm gonna get Black in, and then I'm gonna get you. Black, what are you saying, bro? Because I know the storm took you out.
Yeah, it's a storm over here. It took the internet out. Yeah, I was talking about the tone, but I think we already talked about it, so I'm good with moving forward. We're good.
Okay, cool. ET, what do you want to say about what Sean was saying?
Okay, before we move there, because he said a lot, and I got to dive into it, and it's not. I tell people I'm not attacking you. I'm attacking your argument. Let me say that first. All right. So when we talked about tone, it's two different sides, right? I was talking about the receiver and you guys was talking about the deliverer. Those are two different people. Now, as I'm delivering a message, I should be considerate that I want the person to hear what I'm saying. Yes, I should take in consideration of how I deliver it. As the receiver, I choose to get offended. So it's my choice to get offended on what they're saying. So I just want to let you know we was talking about two different perspectives, okay? All right, let's talk Sean. Sean, my guy Sean. All right. So Sean, I disagree with some of the things. Now, you made a lot of great points, but it was some things that I disagree with, right? The first thing, when you said that, hey, women are not right 80% of the time, I disagree with that. See, the problem with communication nowadays, if she's right, that means that I am wrong. No, she can be right, and I can also be right too. It just can be two different perspectives. Let me give you an example. Little Black or Kojak can be like this. Hey, the way to get to Atlanta is this way. And I can say the way to get to Atlanta is this way. We're both correct. It is two different perspectives. The reason, the one thing that I have learned, and I'm going to go point by point, I'm going to let you get in here because I don't want to be one-sided. They can be right 80% of the time, and we can be right 80% of the time. It's just that we're not on the same wavelength. So they're not automatically wrong just because we are right. So that's kind of the first point that you made that I want to respond to.
You can go for it, Sean. Go. You can respond back to him. Go for it.
Yeah, no, I think in that example, I think that was an example where someone who we were on a panel and we were talking about relationships and dating, and he made that comment. He was the one that said, women are right 80% of the time. Now, again, I'm not quantifying it, but what I am saying is that notion was celebrated by women, and they enjoyed hearing that they were right more often than not, which points on the fact that women really do, it's a joke, kind of like funny sentiment, but they really do walk with an air that they are right more often than not. And they take that idea into relationships and into whether they're romantic relationships or platonic relationships. And then it becomes very difficult when they are wrong for them to apologize, because it's kind of a notion that they're right most of the time. So if you really walk around thinking you're right 80% of the time, and someone calls you out and tells you, hey, listen, you did this, it was wrong, or I don't like that, I don't like that you said that, you're going to have a lot of pushback and be not receptive to apologize because you think you're right all the time. So that was what that example was about.
So I get what you're saying. I think human beings are typically more right than wrong. We don't think that we're walking around, like if you walking around saying that you're wrong, I think you have an image thing. Most people don't think that they're wrong because we don't openly do the wrong thing. Some people do. I give it that some people, but the functioning human beings believe that they're right. And it is some substance that they are right. It's just that you might not be right for this perspective, right? Did that kind of make sense, or is we still missing each other?
I think we're missing each other because I used an example that was more so like in jest of something that happened, but that touches on things that happen in real life, right? So I'm not saying somebody should walk around thinking that they're wrong all day long, but we also shouldn't be the pendulum shouldn't swing so far into the extreme that when we are presented with an error, or when someone brings something to our attention that we did, we should have an openness to be able to humble ourselves to say, hey, listen, I didn't think about it that way, or I'm sorry, or I made a mistake, and I've seen, again, my experiences doesn't make it true for every single woman, but I've seen that there is a hesitancy for women to be open to the idea when they're wrong.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the reason why maybe they're missing each other is because the added context of what Sean was adding was because the 80 was in juxtaposition to what the men were right as well. So that added extra. So while I get what you're saying, E, as well, that if the women are 80% are right, it doesn't mean to exclude that men are not right. It was done in a way to say that women are 80% right in juxtaposition to how much men are right, rather than it being a standalone comment, which is that women are right 80% of the time. But it was done in juxtaposition that men are wrong. And that's where the issue came. So that's where the women were celebrating it, say, yes, we're 80% right, because it was an 80 versus 20. That's why the conversation came up. So when he dropped that as a quote unquote, if you want to call it a joke, or him trying to intentionally pander to get them to have a bit of fun, that's that juxtaposition. It left it in a particular way. The way it was delivered was that women were 80% right and the men were 20% right. Or I can say 80% right and oftentimes men are wrong. So that's why that juxtaposition was a problem at the time when we had that conversation. But I understand what you're saying, which is that if it's a standalone comment, women can be 80% right and we can be 80% right, and it doesn't have to be a war between the two. But I think that's that missing context that was added in that particular aspect. So I get where both of you are coming from in that aspect. You can go for it, E. Sorry, you can go for it, E.
So I just think that we got to look at it from that aspect of I wasn't there, so I don't know. I just literally took it from what he said, and I think we are right. Like, I believe my wife is 80% right, the things that she tell me, but the timing is not right. What she's telling me is right. It's just not the perfect timing for what she's saying. And I think you got to have enough wisdom to be able to take what they say, take what women say, and to be able to digest it, that you can be able to have that knowledge when you need it, right?
Mm. And so I think that's an important part that you added there as well, because I think you added a good context. You said your wife. So it's not a woman, it's your wife, which is completely different. As somebody you chose and who you trust and who you care for. When I think Sean's context is adding not the wife component, but rather a general component of women in general. And I think sometimes when that comes into play, what can happen, because we had a discussion about who should love who more on a situation, and that kind of mindset came up, that women believe what they say is absolutely right in juxtaposition to men being right. Not that they can stand together or stand as an individual being right. It's more of a juxtaposition, which then causes the issue. Because if you think you're right 80% of the time in juxtaposition of me, that's different to being, I believe I'm 80% right, and you can be 80% right. Then that means we can now begin to negotiate and say, hey, you saw it this way, I saw it this way, which would have been which is what you're saying, which is absolutely essential in a marriage, because ultimately I can be right, she can be right, but we're going to see what's going to make right for us in this moment going forward. Whereas that conversation, the other aspect is that it was done in juxtaposition rather than being a standalone. So yeah, so both of you are saying something, and I think it's the perception of how it's been delivered and how it's been seen and where it's coming from. They're all important, which is what you were saying earlier on, E, about considering the whole context of this conversation as well. So I'm with you, and I'm hearing you. Now, I like the little discussion you guys had. Let me get Ken back in quickly, and then I'll come back to you guys. Ken, what are you saying, bro?
No, I mean, I think they both have valid points. I mean, I want to throw in a wrench. I think lot of
go for it.
Let's do it. I want to know what the fellas feel on, when we talk about the sorries and, kind of the 80-20s, how do y'all feel about how social media plays a kind of a role in the perception that, is kind of growing, that, women are right, that, look at these men, whatever. Do y'all feel like there's a heavy weight on that? Because me personally, I can see different people kind of living a life, or they're, kind of giving whatever response based off of something they just heard off of social media. You know what I mean? Like, the reels, like when they be like, what is done. Well, I don't know any one of them sayings, but when people start to really believe in that, do y'all feel like that's something that's affecting relationships that kind of joggle down to the sorry point?
No, I don't. I think so. When it comes down to social media, people don't really people at whole don't understand algorithm. So me and my friend, I have a single friend. I gave him my phone and he got my phone. And you know what he saw on my phone? Marriage. Why you should stay marriage. It was marriage video after marriage video after marriage video. You know, when I got his phone, he was caught up in the gender war. His stuff was saying women ain't crap. They gonna cheat on you. This, that, and the third. So
Right.
I believe it's all about what you digesting. If you digesting on social media that all women ain't good, that's going to be part of your algorithm. That's the things that you help in social media make money. But if you also digesting, hey, you know, healthy relationship, you should be married, and you're focusing on those different things, I think you'll digest something different. So I tell people, what are you eating? If you understand what you're eating, then it's going to tell you what you're believing. So I think it's just designed on who you follow. I tell you right now, if you're following this channel, you're not thinking all women are bad. But on the other side of the internet, if you're following that channel, it's gonna be like all women just are crappy. So I just think you got to start understanding, like, for example, what I do, if it's a video that's bashing somebody that I don't like, I remove it from my content. I tell Facebook, I tell them I don't want that, and they don't bring those type videos back to me. And you have the right to do that.
Good point. Good point. What say you, Sean?
Yeah, I believe that two things can be true at the same time. I think that, you know, I definitely agree with you, E, that it is important to be careful of what you consume and what you take in. I think that is very, very true. And, you know, if you are taking in a lot of negative information, it's going to impact you as much as you think you can separate yourself from that. On the other side, I do think that we can still be able to call out women, right? And without being hateful, without being misogynistic, and call out some issues that we have, right? You know, when we do that on our Sunday men's panels, it is, you know, there is obviously a little bit of like, you know, it's a trigger alert, it's a trigger warning, but ultimately it's a way for us to get out some of our frustrations, right? You know, I went to the barbershop today, and my barber spent the bulk of the time talking about some of the issues that he has in his relationship, right? So, and just talking through how we work through them and what are the best ways to go through it. Ultimately, I do think that there are some things, just like women will get around in a group and they will talk about some things that frustrate them about men in general, attached to maybe the man that they're in relationship with, be it husband or not. They're realities, right? And they're things that we need to also pay attention to. And I think this topic happens to be one of them. And, you know, it's lived here because we've seen it, you know, on this very channel with the astute women that follow and subscribe and partake and participate and add either on panels. I mean, we see it show up. So it's a reality that we do have to address and do talk about, because there is, I've just seen it, and it's not just me, you know, me just being biased. It is experiences that I've lived, and it just, you know, it becomes ironic at a certain point that, you know, we have to talk about it. So that's what I think.
Good point, Sean. Yeah.
Black.
Oh yeah, I really think that there is something to that. Social media influences a lot of different behaviors that I've seen out here. You know, I may mention before. You know, isn't the music. You know, it's everywhere. Whereas the woman is always going to or supposed to be ahead of the man in what she does, whether she's manipulating him. Women are being praised for cheating on their man. It's a lot that goes on with that. So when it comes to apologizing, yeah, if you feel like you are the one that's calling all the shots, then you feel like you don't need to have that apology in you to do so. So I definitely see that.
Thank you, Black. I think with the social media thing, I think, again, I'll take a middle road, because I think both Sean and E give two different sides of the the same coin, you know, because one aspect is what we call your personal accountability and responsibility, which is the information that's coming in. What are you doing? Are you rejecting it and saying, no, I don't want to consume this particular information? And that will begin to then change your social media algorithm for you personally, and also change as well what you're feeding yourself, which is most important, because it's a continuous loop, right? So you go into your media, and then the media presents the information, and then you're like, I don't really like this, but then you click on something, and then you're back in that loop again, and it just continues giving you more of that thing, because you're clicking and you're liking, or you're sharing, or your keywords you type in go in alignment with what's being said on those particular platforms or particular channels, and then it feeds you a particular narrative. Like I said, I look for it because I like to have war. So personally, I like to debate. I like to debate, and that's how I found E. You know what I mean? That's how we met. So you know, I like to have different aspects so that I can counteract that. But in order to help us, you know, to help people, for those people who are consuming things and they're tired of seeing it, it is important to have that personal accountability, that personal responsibility, and that accountability for yourself to say, like E was saying, let me not click on this, let me not like this, let me say I don't like this, so that this doesn't come back into my feed again. And I think the other side is even opting out of it. Some people need to opt out of it, and some people need to be aware of what's going on. You know, not everyone needs to be, because some people can't handle it, and it's problematic, and it affects people, and it becomes toxicity. So for those who can't, they need to opt out of it. For those who, like myself, look at those content because we want to be able to change certain narrative and have conversations like this, where it's discussed in a way that's not about bashing, it's not about trashing, it's not about hurting, it's not about trying to put one party down to be above them. Just like these men here have been eloquent in their speech and speaking about their personal thoughts and feelings. And someone might read the title and think to themselves, oh Lord, it's about to be a madness. But then they hear you guys speak, and it's like, no, these guys are, you know, they're trying to give us, put us in some game, and trying to break things down to help heal. And so social media does play a big role in people. And I'll put it on this last point. Recently, we just had Just Pearl situation go on in the manosphere. Okay. Okay, the woman king, okay, has taken over the manosphere. But the funny thing was, and I'll say this on this point, was the majority of people that were following Just Pearl, the reason why they kept on following her is because that content kept on coming up, and it kept on coming up because it kept on feeding some people's incessant need to have a certain mindset. And so social media oftentimes plays to people who don't critically think. If you don't critically think, the media will take you and run with you and sell you down the stream, because that's what social media is there for. And for those who are going to critically think, they analyze, they say, this doesn't fit my narrative, let me send that away. But for people who are followers and who don't critically think, social media only feeds you what you're already thinking. It's through your typing, your analogy, your conversation. Your phone is even listening to you now. So the conversation you might even have in a barbershop now reappears on your particular algorithm. And now that conversation is now being played in front of you on a video, on a panel, or a conversation right in front of your eyes. And this is so funny because it goes back to what the word says, which is, you know, it's life and death in the tongue. And this is exactly what's happening. Your words are literally creating your reality right in front of you, because now the algorithm is listening to everything we say. So when you're walking around having certain conversations with people, and they're not healthy, the internet's like, good one. We're going to bring that non-healthiness back to your screen because you're going to listen. And it's going to be a nasty little vicious cycle that you can't seem to get out of. And this is why the Bible says bad company corrupts good morale. And we're literally seeing it on a social media platform. So there are many men and many women on both sides of the spectrum who have hurts, pains, wounds, who end up speaking to other people who have hurts, pains, and wounds, then go on the internet and it tells them more about their hurt, pains, and wounds and reinforces their confirmational bias, and they go into a negative feedback and loop as well. So, yes, social media plays a big role now. E, go for it, and then I'll get back to Ken.
All right, so yeah, so
good question,
you are the exception to the rule. Like if you're a content creator, it's your responsibility to know what's best for you. I'm talking about the person who desired the relationship, right? So if I desire to be with a woman, I want to be married, I want to do all those things, I personally would completely erase everything. I would try to take every negative aspect of women I'm just going to consume the positive aspect because it's going to be able to equip me to see what I'm trying to see. But if I'm only taking in the negative content, I'm only going to see women with weave, women with long lash. I'm going to see it because I just digest it for so long. So I think it just comes down to whatever you're looking for. The reason, like, because I had this big argument. Everybody said, I only see, in my outside of YouTube, I see nothing but good women. I said, it's good women all around the place. And people's like, how do you see that? It's because that is what I am focused on. Whatever you focus on will be drawn to you. And from a relationship point of view, you must focus on good if you want good to come towards you. And that's the point that I was making earlier.
And your point is biblical, because that is Romans 10 verse 17, my favorite scripture. You know what I mean? Faith cometh by hearing, by hearing the word of God. Whatever you're hearing becomes part of your faith, and we walk by faith, not by sight. So everything you're hearing becomes your sight. And this is what we're saying in a practical reality. I did a video on this, why black men are single in 2023. And I said, some of the content that you're consuming is keeping you single. Because if every video is about how bad women are, it's inducing fear into you about the opposite sex. Why would you want to marry somebody you feel is going to hurt you, trick you, take your money, is going to disrespect you? You know what I mean? It doesn't care about you, only wants to use you for a good time and not a long time. Why would you want to exist and be around those kind of people? Right. So if you're always hearing that negative propaganda, which is what white supremacy actually does to us when it promotes us as on the news, always being in a position of being criminals and being people who kill and people who steal and rob and do that stuff, guess what happens? It induces the hate the person has for the oppositional party, because every information is feeding their imagery from that point onwards. Sean, were you going to say something before I go to Ken? Okay, cool. I thought you were going to say something, but Ken's gone off. I was going to ask Ken what he was going to say. E, did you want to add anything back to that?
Yeah, so as we start digesting stuff, another thing too is this right here. They said, so the Bible also tells us that a tree is known by its fruits, right? So the fruits of my relationships, if all the women that I have got, or all the men that I have got is bad fruits, that really, what we don't talk about is the person that you date is a reflection of you. The person that my wife is a reflection of me. So if my wife was actually bad, that shows me who I'm really is. Your spouse is really a mirror. It's a mirror of who you truly is, what you truly think. And I think a lot of people are not liking who they are when they look into that spouse mirror.
Let me come into. I love that. Thank you, E. That's 100% true. The person is a mirror for you. Let me ask a question similar to what Ken asked and direct it back onto the topic. Then, does if social media has the power, if we're consuming it in such a way, what role does it play in stopping specifically women, because that's what we're talking about, from apologizing? Right? What role would then social media play in specifically stopping women from apologizing, if we can make it specific in that way then, since we've discussed it in a general perspective? Go for it, E, and then I'll go to Sean.
So yeah, so if a woman is looking at something that says that, it's okay for her to live her city girl's lifestyle, so her cheating in her relationship, what happens is social media just reinforce that what she's doing is correct. I was having this conversation with a young lady, and she told me that I'm single until I get married, so I'm not cheating if I'm sleeping around, even though that I'm supposed to be in a monogamous relationship, right? Where did that thought come from? I tell people all the time, you got to check the thought, because all thoughts didn't come from you. I think social media have given women a way to accept doing wrong. And this actually ties into the apologist of being able to apologize. Why would I apologize? I know I said this earlier. Why would I apologize? Is everything that I'm listening to. Every social media click says that I'm right. Not only do they think they're right, they have other means actually proving, or not proving, other means that's echoing the decision is actually right.
Yeah. Powerful force. Yeah. Sean, love that, E.
Yeah, I think as we dive into these conversations, we kind of see it's not one actual thing, right? And I think similar to what E just shared, like there's definitely, we get the confirmation bias from the things that we see. And on that side of the house, there's things that are propelling women in the forefront. And I think a lot of it is it started from a positive place, right? Because women needed to be on equal footing and equally considered from a rights perspective as men, right? And the laws in our society wasn't like that up until very recently, right? So I think that those things needed to change. I just think part of that came along with it was a demonization of men, right? So it was like women were uplifted, but men had to be downgraded. And that's where I think we might have swung the pendulum too far to say that, yes, 100%, women should be treated fairly. Women should have the same rights and access as I do as a man. Them getting there doesn't mean that men at our core are all toxic and, we're all, the patriarchy is, horrible and dead. It needs to die, right? Because there are some benefits of patriarchy that women do enjoy. And I think that we can't just necessarily throw the baby out with the bathwater. We need to find a way to balance it. And I think some of that balance is similar to what we've been talking about, just being careful of what you consume, being accountable, right? If someone tells you that you hurt them, hear first before you defend first. And I think that's just not in everyone's nature. And since the topic is women, we're going to talk about women, right? We could talk about men and our stuff. And it doesn't mean that I'm saying that men don't have problems, and we do. I'm not saying we apologize all the time and we get it right 100%. No, don't misread me. That's not what I'm trying to say. However, in the context of this conversation, I think that a lot of those things, be it social media, be it confirmation bias, position it where women do have challenges hearing us when we tell them what we want, hearing us rather when we tell them that they did something that was hurtful to us. I think there is, and again, not every woman, so anyone in the comments that says, well, that's not me. Well, God bless you. And I appreciate you, because if that's not you, then it's not you. But there is a population of women that are like that. And that do operate in that mind space. And I think that's what we want folks to be more open to the notion that you're wrong, right? If Kojo comes to me and says, hey, listen, Sean, I don't like what you said here, or I think you went too far in this commentary. I can't, my first reaction shouldn't be to say, well, this is why I did it and defend myself and explain it away. I need to hear him, right? Because we have a respect and a relationship that, hey, oh, shucks. Or if he says, Sean, listen, when we're on live, this is what I want to go this way. And this is the way I want to. I shouldn't be telling him, no, Kojo, I think you should do it this way and that way. This is this man's channel, right? But we've had experiences like that time and time and time again, where it happens, right? And before and I'm sorry, I think men just accept that hierarchy a little bit better and understand that when they come into a place, hey, listen, I gotta kind of, toe the line, and I have to respect whose headship that I'm under in that particular time. Now, again, not always. However, I think modern women, I know that's an ugly, triggering term these days, but modern women do struggle in that space, right? We've seen plenty of women come on here and been agreeable and been working and respectful to the rest of us, but in some instances we've seen the opposite end of the spectrum. So I think it's something that needs to be addressed, and we gotta parse through it and talk about it and why and how we can do better with that.
I hear that. Yeah, I mean, and just even going back, the reason why I asked questions because I think we're talking about the empowering or emboldening, which is what yourself, Sean, and what Ease all said, and what Ken was actually asking. There's an emboldening on this. If we're going to split this particular topic, there's an emboldening as to why some women in this modern day and age might not apologize, and it's because, number one, the increase of situations. For instance, you can go on Twitter, right? And you go on Twitter and you will see a thread of men just behaving like buffoons. And if already you're wounded and you see that thread, it's just confirming that men are buffoons, right? You will see, and I see some outrageous stuff on Twitter. I'll just be honest with you. I see some, you can go past some tweets and be like, oh my God, did they really say that? Oh my, you know what I mean? So what can happen is social media can really embolden some people's, well, I'm not going to apologize to a man if I see how they behave. And because of what they've seen, it emboldens their own confirmational bias as to what maybe the other gender may be saying, doing, feeling, or maneuvering in that aspect, right? And the other aspect is that there are, because we're exposed to the internet, we're also exposed to a wider array of thoughts, okay? And again, we're focusing on women today, so that's the only reason why we're talking about it. But again, once more, you can go onto a space and go to a conversation, and you'll have people who may be outliers becoming the majority in their thought process because that's their space. And then you enter it and they commandeer your thought process because they are outliers just like you might be in a particular instance, and they embolden you and encourage you and solidify your thought. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And then they all, not all, but that space, that echo chamber, then agrees, and that becomes part of, yeah, well, I ain't apologizing. No, I spoke to my girls and they was like, no, which is what you were saying about E-Man, about offline. The same thing happens online as well, right? And so those echo chambers can then embolden someone not to want to even apologize in that instance. And I think finally as well, like, you know, with social media, the difficulty also a lot of times is social media is an absolute farce at times because it never really shows oftentimes the reality of relationships, right? So we don't get to see the moments where a husband apologizes to a wife. We never get to see the moments where a man is like, you know what, babe, I'm sorry, I made a mistake and this was my thing. So what happens is if there's any woman that's wounded and she looks at a relationship couple, she may never see these couples, just like she may have never seen really in her own circumference and community of a man ever saying sorry or whatever. So that emboldens her again. She's like, well, you know what? These men never apologize. They never apologize. So as far as I'm concerned, I ain't apologizing neither. Because of, and then again, so social media plays a big part, and it goes back to that original point about what's in your atmosphere and what you're holding in your algorithm. It's very difficult for some people because in order to change a cycle, there has to be an intrusion. And that intrusion oftentimes is knowledge, whether it comes through a person, whether it comes through reading a book, whether it comes through watching someone else's relationship. There has to be some level of intrusion that shakes up the foundation of your reality and gets you to question, is everything I'm seeing the way I'm seeing it supposed to be seen? Or is there another way to see what I'm actually saying? But social media will culminate your perception and keep it the same until you're ready to inject some knowledge into that situation. So yes, social media plays a huge part in people not nowadays, especially having pride in their situations as well. All right, Ken, jump back on because I know it was your question originally, and it was a good question. Want to get your thoughts as well.
Yeah. The reason I asked that question is because, you know, it's 2023, and the biggest pusher, you know, is a computer server. Because as we listen to everybody's thoughts and interactions on this panel, that computer server, i.e. social media, you know, it can raise you or drown you, right? And just like a drug on the street, you can either choose to use it or you can either choose to walk on by and be safe and hold strong. You know what I'm saying? And we're in such a society where, you know, we see the pusher pushing so much negative behavior that it becomes truth, you know, and that goes back to our original conversation about children, right? So the safeguards right now are so minimal, you know, because you can, you know, a kid can make duplicate whatever accounts, right? So when, to your points, when they see that negative behavior over and over and over, yeah, why am I going to say sorry? What's the benefit for me? Like, I'm living in a society now where if I say sorry to my lady, I'm a punk or something. Like, why would I do that? Or if I say sorry to my man, girl, what you saying sorry for? He ain't do, like, it's that kind of misguided thought process that gets us to where we're at, with a level of dysfunction that probably hasn't been seen in such a long time, because there's so much access to negative behavior and dialogue. And it goes back to what you were saying. We need to spoon feed ourselves more of the positive energy, the positive role models, just positivity, period. Because if we're at a point where apologizing is wrong and it's looked at as simping behavior, whatever, that's a problem. Like, what you mean? So healthy to people is being, obstructive and being ridiculous and just acting crazy. Nah, that's not cool. That's what we're being fed. And it's up to you as an individual to believe or not to believe that myth, that in order to be successful or to succeed or keep it moving, you have to always be a barrier to some type of communication. It's garbage to me. It's just garbage. So I think, when we look at it like that, social media, we got to change our algorithms. We also got to change our mindset off the machine. And we also got to remember that, everyone comes from a certain place, and that place kind of dictates where they're at in their life.
There's bars being spoken. There's a question that Black put on into the chat. So I'll put it up so you guys can see it. The question is saying my bad a true apology? How is it internalized? Black May Media said. Okay. So it is saying my bad a true apology. So it's saying my bad a true apology, guys. Is that a true apology to you? You've got your mic open. Is that a true apology to you?
Yeah, so I think we got to be really mindful that we don't try to control what a person is saying, right? You got to let people apologize the way that they apologize. I think because if I get to a point where I'm controlling how they apologize, it's a level of, I want to say, manipulation. No, if you need to be able to understand what they say. Let me give you an example. I don't say I'm sorry. I am not a sorry man. I will apologize, but I am not a sorry man, so I don't say I'm sorry. Those are the words typically. Outside of this example, I don't tell people I'm sorry. I say I'm apologize. And at one point, I had people say, well, I want you to say I'm sorry. And then we got into an argument on why I'm not going to tell them sorry, because of mentally, I just don't think that way. And so I think what it really comes down to, what I'm saying is that if a person apologizes, if they come from a genuine place, accept it. Move on. I promise you, in 2 to 3 years, most people not going to remember that small apology for whatever it is anyways. So I just think we really got to get to this point where we can't manipulate people to say what we want them to say. We got to let them speak in their own language.
Okay. Yep. Sean, go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say context is important, right? If I step on your toe, if I drop something, my bad is acceptable, in my opinion, right? I think, if I forget something, you're like, oh, you forgot to turn the light off, or oh, you forgot to move your socks from off the floor. My bad is an acceptable response. But if you hurt my feelings, or if you said something inaccurate that we wound up having an argument about, my bad to me doesn't show that you get the weight of what you're saying. And I think the whole idea of an apology is the person acknowledging what they've done, and then next step is, it's something that they would hopefully not do again. And I think it's the same way as if somebody says, I'm sorry you feel that way. I'm sorry you feel that way is a cop-out. And I would rather the person not apologize if they felt that they weren't wrong than to tell me they're sorry that I feel that way. Because to me, when I hear those words, it sounds like the person doesn't really care about what they did. They just want to move on.
Okay, I hear that. Ken?
With that, I just think it's kind of I agree with everybody. And for me, I mean, my bad is, I think it's relatable. You have to be, where in your circle is that acceptable, or if it's not acceptable. I think it just at some point it's really like wherever you're from and used to, and how you kind of verbally state how you feel, that could be acceptable, right? Because I'm from New Orleans, so when they be like, my bad, I take that as sincerity, like, okay, because that's what that's how we might communicate. Whereas somewhere else, my bad might look like a low level of sincerity, because you're typically not used to hearing someone say my bad. It's an apology. I do agree on the I'm sorry. I'd rather apologize, because I'm sorry also says, well, I'm sorry, but I may do it again, versus an apology. But as far as wordplay with me, I mean, it all depends on the severity, if that makes any sense, of what happened. Because, like, to Sean's point, my bad, I dropped the book, versus I apologize, I will never do this again to you. So that, there's kind of two different things, but at the same level, you gotta still understand where you're at when you're saying my bad, because to me, that's acceptable as as being sincere.
Cool. Black's gonna go, and then you can go after Black. Go for it, Black.
Yeah. So for me, I think with saying my bad is like Sean said, like if there's no skin off my back, my bad is fine. It's cool. I kind of find myself in a situation where if it's friends, my bad is more acceptable than if it's for my partner. My partner, I do have certain expectations when it comes to understanding how they apologize. And I need to know what my partner's limits are. So if you can't take accountability and responsibility for things you've done, I need to know that. And you saying my bad and just brushing to the side, that tells me that we're going to have some issues going forward. So it's important for me to be able to see that in the person who I'm interested in. I do want to make mention of this as well. We all talk a lot about, the 5 love languages, but there's also 5 languages of apology. You should have that conversation with your partner, have the conversation with your friends to understand how they actually express their apologies. And I think getting into a deep down conversation about that can help you understand that person better. It's all about who you feel is worth, you putting this type of effort into. I'm not saying just some coworker at work you would have had a conversation with. Like if it's a best friend or a woman or a man that you're really looking into being in a relationship with, it's worth it to you to have that conversation. Just throwing it out there, the 5 languages of apology is expressing regret, accepting responsibility, genuinely repenting, making restitution, and requesting forgiveness. So those are all important. And it's much like the love languages, right? So with love languages, it's not to say that you only concentrate one way. It just means that things go in order. Like it's several different ways to apologize. There's several different ways to love. And sometimes we all tap into those certain areas at certain times. So just find out what your partner, or your friend, best friend's strongest is. And then, you guys can know how to move with each other from there. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I just think we can't get to a point where we're trying to force people to say stuff they don't want to say. That's what make it disingenuous, right? If I apologize 3 ways in the way that I'm reported, you say I don't forgive you because you haven't apologized the way I wanted you to apologize. I just think that's not me. Like my wife know that I'm not about to get on my knees and say, "Can you please forgive me for what I did?" I said, "I apologize for what I do," and I keep it moving. Now, whether she accepts it or not, I don't think it's on me. I don't think it's on me to make sure the person that I tried to word it in a way that they wanted to hear. Because it's almost like, how do I know how you know? She need to know me as a person, and I need to know her as a person. If I feel that she's genuinely trying to apologize, however she deliver it, just take it. Because it's not really that big of a deal to really dwell on it. We dwell on small things in marriages that really have nothing to do with the bigger picture. So I think of my bad is cool. Like my father, I have never heard my dad give me some deep emotional apologize. He'll say, "My bad, I apologize," and he'll keep it moving. And it's my responsibility to receive it or not.
You know, I get what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying, because you're saying that, you know, you shouldn't have to manipulate. And I agree with that. And I wouldn't want to manipulate anyone, but I do want to know if you have the capability to apologize the way that I see that resonates with me. And if you don't, instead of manipulating you, I will move forward. So that's why I say it's important for me to know that, not to say you need to change this behavior, but for me to say you're not the one for me. And then it's up to me to say, okay, now I can move on to someone else until I can find the person who apologizes the way that I can internalize it. Just like they want someone to apologize to them the way that they can. If I don't fit it for them, that's their right to move on. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying, though. So for you and your example between you and your wife, that's enough, guys. Respectful, that's enough for you guys. So I definitely get that. Definitely.
Yeah, listen, I think there were some great points made there. I think personally for me, my bad is contextual. You know, I roll my boys. Yo, if my man, you know, does something, I'm gonna say, bro, my bad, or he says, my bad, bro. I'm like, yeah, cool, bro. No big deal. You know what I mean? Like, we gonna move on. It comes with no big deal. But if you come and you know, you slept with my missus, you say my bad ain't gonna be cutting it. You getting decked. You know what I mean? Like, maybe an apology can't, there's no apology that would able to save that situation. But I'm saying you come and say my bad depends on the gravity and the weight of the infraction and how deeply emotional that situation is. My bad may not cut it across the board. And I think also as well, sometimes an apology can be genuine, but it can also miss the mark and it can fall short. Because if the person has a history of infractions and saying, I'm just sorry, you are looking at the person like, do you actually understand the gravity of what you've done? The apology has come fair and square, you know, you're sorry, but do you understand the gravity of what you've done? And that's what goes back to what Blake Black was saying about the 5 love languages, because there are certain situations that may require a different type of apology. It may require for you to say, I'm sorry, I understand what I've done here, and I understand the impact it's made on you. Then, you know what I mean? If you go to your workplace and you're late the first time, you can say my bad. You on the 5th time, my bad ain't cutting it. You know what I mean? Like, my bad, it's not cutting it. Okay. And I'm just talking about myself because I was a serial late person, you know? But you know, so I think it really depends on the context, and it really depends on the weight of the infraction as to whether saying my bad is going to be cool. But I definitely think, even in my relationship, my girl can say my bad. You know what I mean? Like, this, babe, you missed, let's say, you know, you didn't wash a dish in the thing. And I was like, babe, like, you didn't wash it. And she's like, my bad. All right, cool, no worries. It's not a deep infraction. And it doesn't need a lengthy tirade and you know, needing for me to search to see how genuine that thingy is. But when it's a deep emotional wounding of that other individual person, my bad is not going to cut it. They're going to probably need a bit more from yourself going forward. So I'm not asking you to sit on your knees, boy. Don't get on them knees, bro. Okay, keep them knees clean, sir.
So let's dive into this, because what is the deep? Give me a deep example, right? Give me an example of something that's so bad that my bad is not good enough. Because I hear what you guys saying. Because if it's as deep as like the example you gave, it's nothing that person can say to recover. Anyways, he slept with, like, the apology doesn't even matter at that point. You're gonna deck him. The relationship is over. So I'm just trying to figure out what is the thing that you're gonna say in words that's just gonna make them feel, oh man, that was the best apology, and I'm gonna give you forgiveness because the apology was so great. I just don't see it, because most of the time, if it's too deep, you can't save the relationship anyways.
I don't know if you want to answer. You want to answer it? No. Okay.
Yeah, I would just push back on that, because I think it depends on the person, right? You know, if you do something that's hurtful, right? We're having an argument and they go below the belt, or they, you know, start circling the block and talking about something that happened 2 weeks ago. right? And then now we lost sight of the initial thing that I brought to your attention, right? It's not a my bad. It's I'm looking for an apology. I'm looking for some level of acknowledgement of what you did and not owning the issue. So my bad is quick and it's 2 words. It doesn't acknowledge the gravity or the weight of what was done. For me, I don't feel like in relationships everything can be brushed off, right? Are there little things, little idiosyncrasies or little things that are minuscule? Sure, we need to let those things go because those things are going to exist no matter what. However, as people are growing and learning what other folks' boundaries are, you need to be conscious of that and acknowledge it. And sometimes when we're too quick to brush things off, it leaves room for the person to continue to do the same thing over and over again. And I think that's when I come to a relationship, what I'm looking for from an apology from a woman, it's not like, oh my God, I need to be, wooed. No, but I do need to understand that whatever happened, and the same for me, like when I make a mistake, I want to be conscious of, okay, this is something that really bothered her. And I don't want to make that happen again. And I'm truly feeling it because when I hurt her, I'm actually hurting myself too. And I want that same level of reciprocity when you do things that are deep or that are hurting, which are going to happen. And they're things that we can get over because we're all going to make mistakes. I'm going to do something I might say something that, some people don't like some women get very triggered and upset when you raise your voice. It's something that I had to work on in my relationship. Right. But my bad is not going to cover that. If I've yelled at her and I've made her feel a particular way, I've got to truly get it and know that how that behavior impacted her so I can do it differently. So that's what my thoughts are. I don't think we need to it's not about making somebody be performative and go through a million steps, but it's an acknowledgement and understanding of what they did and then a hope that they're going to make efforts to not do that again.
I just think that in relationships, being a married man, I think I'm gonna do 1,000 things that my wife doesn't like. It's part of the game because I'm not perfect. And what we have learned, and this might not work for everybody, if we make the problem small, if we don't put light on the spot, me saying my bad, me moving on, me genuinely checking a point in my mind that I'm saying, hey, I'm consciously not going to try to do that again. I think my actions after what I did is more important than the words that I'm giving her. You know what a true apology is? Me not doing it again. Me not offending whatever I did. If I don't do it, that weighs so much more weight than me sitting and apologizing because I hear it through couples all the time. They get into these deep apologies. They apologize. It sounds good. They stroke the ego. It looked like something off Hollywood. Then you know what happened? 2 days later, they do it again. They do it again. And so the point that I'm making is I believe the true apology is not what's coming out of their mouth at that time. It's their actions after the apology. And so people get caught up with those words, which most of the time those words mean nothing. What really means something, you know what means a lot to my wife? If I don't do it again. Because she says now that my bad have a lot more weight than the guy who was on his knees talking about he ain't gonna never do it again, and he went to do it 2 weeks later. So I think our actions is more important than those words, but that's just how it works in my household.
Okay. So I definitely so we do this a lot. I definitely respectfully disagree with that the words don't matter. Words definitely do matter, even with an apology, because the words used in an apology matters. I think it's more of showing a layer of empathy for a misstep that you made. So you asked for an example. So say if a woman, you're in a relationship with a woman, she's had a traumatic experience where she was in an abusive relationship. You are upset about something that took place at work. You end up punching the wall. You punch a hole in the wall. That causes her to shake and jump because she relates that to violence. So in that situation, you see what your action did to your woman. Now you have to have some type of empathy, some type of understanding towards your woman to say, okay, look, I'm sorry I did this to you. Because you have to make her feel safe. You have to make her feel secure at the same time. So in that situation, there are situations where just minimizing it will do more harm than good. You have to get to the root cause. So if something big happened, treat it like it's something big, own up to it, and then you guys move forward from there. But I don't agree with making big situations small, because it's like you're ignoring the heart of the matter. And I think that can be damaging to a relationship, in my opinion. Just my opinion.
Well, I didn't say I ignore it. What I specifically said is I corrected the behavior. So in an apology, I personally believe it means nothing. Apology means nothing if you go back and do the same thing you apologize for. I don't care how good the words was. I don't care if you had Boys II Men behind you singing in tempo to make your apology sound good. It doesn't mean anything. I'm just saying, in your example, Black, if you punch the hole in the wall, and you say, and you don't do it again, you make your wife feel space. Your actions, I just think, is more important than the words. And I don't know if I'm just missing you guys, but just you saying those words doesn't mean nothing if you just reoffend. And that's the point that I'm making.
Okay. So with that example I gave you, which with your example, if you say, okay, you just changed the behavior, you punch that wall, your woman is now trembling. She's in an emotional state. Do you just walk away and say, my bad, and that's it? Or do you tend to her need of needing that emotional support at that time, because your actions just cause her to have a traumatic impact on her? So
I think the best thing if a man is angry is to get away from the situation. You like, if she's in fear, you can't comfort her in that moment. You could try to, but she's scared of you in that moment. So him saying, my bad, I apologize, getting away from the situation. I'm not saying that you shouldn't have a conversation. I am big on communication. Once my emotions come down, we should sit down. She should be asking more in detail questions. It's not even about the apology. It's about understanding at this point. Hey, what made you snap? Like, what was your trigger that happened? Because people don't understand, most of the time it's a two-sided coin. What did I do that triggered you to be able to act in this violence? That's the type of questions that my wife asks. And I'm also going to say, hey, I shouldn't have did that. Me saying I shouldn't have did that, if I get to this point, I need to do X, Y, and Z. I'm just telling you the actions behind what you do is more important. But you trying to hold a woman while she's scared, while you just punch the wall, I don't think that that's a good place for you to be. And I wouldn't be in that situation until my emotions are under control.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Coin flip, though. I wouldn't say it's guaranteed not a situation you want to be in, because some women will internalize it and say, okay, they're in fear of you. But there are some women who can separate the fact that you're not that person, but they still have a logical reaction to what took place. So they're not looking at you in a fearful way. It's just a reminder of something that took place. Now, what you said is important. Having the conversation about, what you've gone through and this, that, and the other. I have that conversation up front. I do like having the conversation of what have you gone through? What are some hurting experiences you've been through, before I get involved in a full-blown relationship with any woman. So that conversation is understood. So make sure it's something I can handle as well. But if that conversation was taken and had, and you had a split moment where you did hit the wall, not knowing that it would trigger that, but understanding what you did when you hit the wall and how it made her feel once you saw the emotion on her face, that's what I'm saying. You have to own up to that, because one, you've had the conversation already, and two, you did something that caused something to a reaction to happen in her. So acknowledging that verbally will do something for her in a positive way, versus looking at it and saying, okay, I won't do that again, and then walking away. Or I don't want to put words in your mouth how you would handle that situation, but to minimize it in the sense of just saying a few words and then walking away. And not treating, not necessarily treating, but not interacting with her in a way to prove and show her at that moment that you won't do it again. Because you never know when that moment will come up again. You never know if you get mad 10 years later, 5 years later, 2 months later. But telling her right then will give her a level of comfort that it won't happen again, versus having to wait for the situation to come up again. That's all I'm saying.
I think an interesting point in the conversation. I'll tell you why I think it's interesting, because I think as I'm observing and listening and hearing, obviously I personally think you were going to say more than my bad, but I'm also hearing another aspect of the conversation. So for instance, let me ask a few questions to get a bit more understanding where you're coming from so I can decipher. Because I remember you said something earlier on, and you can say yes or no, but you said something earlier on, you were in the military. So the my bad, there is no, in the military, would you agree that that if someone does something wrong to you, there's no long explanations. It's just a sorry and move on and change your behavior. Is that how, would that be a correct guesstimation of what you experienced?
Yeah. Yes, I say yes.
Okay. And I think you also said as well that your pops as well, when you haven't, he wasn't necessarily someone who's going to explain at length. It's just kind of like, I'm sorry, change your behavior again, I guess, as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this kind of makes a bit more sense. I think from your perspective, you're seeing it from your perspective, which is, and I think also you may have also established a line of trust in the relationship with your partner where this works, right? So your specific situation, this works because you may have established a pattern of behavior with your partner that when I say my bad, I have a change of behavior. This is what it connects to, right? Whereas I think in a lot of other people, when where they're seeing it from, is that remember I sent you earlier on about how the tone means something to me. It means something to me because the way that I see things in my background, your background may be slightly different. So the my bad can work because of the background you've experienced and how you see my bad, right? As long as that person changed their behavior, you're good. But I think for a lot of other people, they might see it in a different way, which will be that whilst that may work for you, for others, they need to hear the words, and they need to hear that in that moment that your words are reflecting something that's going to happen later on. So when I start off by saying to you, E, I'm sorry, I apologize for, stepping on your toes and, being disrespectful to you. That was not right to do, right? In that moment, my behavior can't be shown at that moment. I can only show you a part of the behavior. I'm not saying that there aren't some people that apologize and do something different. What I'm saying is that's the beginning of a change of behavior. The first part of my repentance is me confessing. So when I confess now, the next part should be what you're talking about, which is now coming into the behavior, a change of behavior. But it takes both. If we look at back to Romans 10, when we talk about a believer, they confess in their heart first. You know what I'm saying? You speak it out, you confess in your heart, and it should then lead into a behavior. So then if you truly have faith, it should be shown through your action. And what you're describing is almost what the Bible describes in James 2, where it says, if you say you have faith, show me your fruit, show me your actions that you've done. So you're showing the other side of it. Not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that you're showing the other side of it. Where you're coming from is, well, if you're saying you got faith, I'm gonna show you I have faith, not by necessarily professing it, but because my actions are going to show it. And what other people might say is, well, okay, I'm going to start with the word and I'm going to show you the action. So whilst I'm seeing that you're right now feeling some type of way, I'm going to apologize and say it with the words I'm going to use. I'm sorry, I apologize. This should have never happened. I know the things that were, etc., and I apologize. And then I'm going to show you with action. And so I'm not saying you're actually wrong. I'm saying that you've shown the other side or the flip side of things, which often for a lot of people, I think maybe we can say we're a bit more emotional. That don't work for us. If you come to me and say my bad, it's not gonna work for me, bro. Okay. If you're my partner, by the way, not necessarily my boy. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's that kind of aspect when it comes to it as well. There may be a flip side to it, but you can go ahead and respond, Cap. Love to hear your perspective.
Yeah, I just think it comes down to knowing your spouse and not trying to force your spouse to do something that they're not. I think one of the great point that I don't know if it was Black might made it. He said, since I need this deep apology, I won't choose a person that will not give me that. I respect that. But my wife know who I am. She know the man that she married. To try to force me to do something else, it's almost like torture. If that's not how I communicate, you can't force somebody else to communicate in that way. It's certain things that I know for a fact that my wife don't do. So I think it's an ego thing. If it's an ego thing that you're saying that I'm going to force this person to do this to stroke my ego, because that's what it really it's about. It's really about you stroking their, hey, they haven't stroked my ego enough. They haven't apologized to me enough to make me feel good. And I just think there's an ego and pride thing that we're seeing, and y'all guys might not look at it that way.
Yeah, I think it's just a difference of opinion. I can always respect that. You know what I mean? It's always every day of the week I can respect that. Keith Sweat said there's a right and a wrong way to love somebody. And I can't tell you that what you're doing is right or wrong. Just like for me, I don't know what I'm saying is right or wrong. It's just how I move. And when it comes to apology and being able to apologize, that is something important to me, because if this is a woman that I'm going to marry throughout the course of the relationship, I would like to know that she still genuinely cares about the things that she does that impacts me, just like the thing I care about the things I do that impacts her. So that's so important to me. I don't want her to feel or get comfortable enough to feel like, okay, I know my man enough to know that he'll let this go, or he know my heart. He know I want to do this. People change throughout the course of a relationship. That's why you have a relationship. And I'm not preaching to you when I say this, but that's why you have a relationship, and you do the course of a relationship before you do the engagement, before you do the marriage, to make sure that that person is who they say they are, make sure they stay the same, making sure that the growth that's happening within a relationship, you're growing together. So for me, that's what it's about. So I need to know that that care, that love, that understanding is still there. It always will be there. So that's what I would need.
So I would just add to that too, that, you know, it's not about forcing somebody to do something or making somebody do something they don't want to do. I think it's important in a relationship that we do the things that are important to each other, right? So if I'm asking something of you, it's not about forcing, but it's about you doing things and being open to the fact that, yeah, there might be some things that you're used to doing, right? But those things are not going to be effective in the relationship with the person. There's going to be some things you're going to have to do to change, right? In a marriage, in a relationship, I've been married before. There's no way, you know, you're going to have to change. You're going to have to move from your levels of uncomfortability. And I think in this instance, it's less about ego, but more about reassurance and the other party being comfortable with the fact that when I was hurt or when I was offended, that my person gets it, right? And they understand, and they're connecting, and from an empathetic standpoint are wanting to understand my feelings and wanting to understand how what they did impacted me. And that happens in words, right? You know, life and death is in the power of the tongue. So our words, you know, are important, right? What's in our heart proceedeth out of our mouth, right? So what's in your heart, what you feel is what comes out of your mouth, right? So the things that we say they don't just happen in a vacuum. They are connected to actual things. And I think that that's why we need to be conscious of the words that we say. And when we are offensive to anyone, we need to be acknowledging of that and making sure that that person understands that we got it.
So what I really think happened is a miscommunication. And I thought you guys was going to go somewhere, but we didn't ever go that way, right? So when I say words, it's actually better for the person that's receiving the words to get an understanding of what I am saying. And the one thing that I love about my wife, if I say my bad, she said, hey, babe, can you tell me what that means? And I would define it for her. It might be the apology that she's looking for, but we can't assume from our life experiences that we know what a person is saying. Kojo, for example, my bad in Georgia. I'm from Georgia. That is a deep apology. If a dude stepped on your shoes and he said my bad, it's a deep apology. So I think it comes down to us trying to interpret the words from our beliefs instead of getting a better understanding of what the person means. Because my bad can be a deep, because you said death and life is in the power of the tongue. How do we know that that is not a deep, sincere apologies from my upbringing and my experiences? Because when my father told me my bad, that was deep for him. I knew, like, me and my dad had a conversation in adulthood. He like broke down that he's a man of very few words. And for him just to say that and acknowledge that was a big deal. So I think we got to kind of understand what people mean by those words instead of assuming, because we assumed that it wasn't good enough, instead of getting a better understanding of what the person means by the words they release to the person. So that's just my opinion on that.
I mean, that's a fair point. I think that's a fair point. Like I said earlier on, I think if you have established that relationship with your partner, then by all means, my bad can work in any context if you've established that particular respect. I think, although but I would say that majority of people might feel some type of way about what you said in this regard, just because they might feel like, is it, because I'll go back to the original thing, which was, is there ego behind wanting the person to apologize in a particular way that you want? And I would say, I think that goes back to what Corey was saying about the apology languages. Because is there ego in me asking you to love me the way I want to be loved? There isn't. It is simply the way that I receive something as a currency, the way that I understand it. So for instance, I like words of affirmation. You can choose not to do it if you don't want to do it. You know what I mean? And you can choose to love me in acts of service if you require, right? But actually, the ego is actually in choosing to give me love in acts of service. Once I've told you I prefer love to be in words of affirmation, because what you're saying is, I don't believe that you truly know what you want or that you deserve to be loved in that way. I know better than you do what you want in that moment. So on the person that's offending the person, we have to submit and serve the other party who has been offended. So for instance, if that party wants an apology in a way that, like as Corey might have mentioned, the 5 apology languages by Gary Chapman, by the way, great author. And he speaks about, okay, wanting an apology with restitution. For instance, let's say I break your phone. I might apologize, say, I'm really, really sorry, bro. You know, I might even say my bad. And I might go and say, bro, my bad. I'm going to get you a new phone. Right. So it's a style of an apology. Right. So there's an extra layer to that aspect. It could be, you know what I mean? I'm sorry and I apologize. I will never do that again. Can also be part of an apology. There are different forms of that apology and how it comes about. I am sorry, forgive me, or my bad, forgive me. And still it hits those different points. So what I'm explaining is that there is going to need to be some form of explanation. Yes. Additionally to the my bad that happens, because my bad works when you're boys to a degree, and then it gets to a point where my bad shows that you really don't fully understand or grasp the concept of how much the other person may be hurt. But again, like I said, if you've already established that relationship with your partner where my bad means she's going to ask you, what does that mean? That's a completely different ball game, and that's specific to your situation. But I think the majority, I wouldn't say majority, but I would say where the audience may be disagreeing with you, and I may be disagreeing with you slightly also, and pushing back a little bit more on yourself, is saying that, yeah, dropping my bad is not the apology that I require. And not because necessarily I'm egotistical, but because it doesn't hit the points of me understanding that you fully grasp the concept of how you've affected me. So I think that is where we may see things differently. But again, I even me saying you're wrong would be a wrong wording, because if your partner understands that, that's what she understands. But for me personally, I don't understand my bad when certain things happen, because my bad seems like a cop-out to me. So that's where I think there may be a misaligning of our different perspectives. We may see each other differently. Go for it, E.T.
Well, I think I was completely transparent that I said a conversation still needed to be had. We're talking about in the moment, right? So in the moment something happened, I say, my bad, cool. You know, I say once intelligence get down, once emotions get down, we should go back and we should talk about it. We should dive into it. We should put safety boundaries in place that these things don't happen. Sometimes you got to be able to build a plan so that you won't fail again. And so I'm not saying that you shouldn't talk about it. I'm not saying my bad it should be the end of it. And I thought I was being transparent with this earlier. I'm saying that in the moment, if that's how your partner communicate, you accept it then. And then when you both get to a level head, because that's the best time to communicate, when both of y'all guys are not emotional, you guys can talk through situations. I'm really big on communication. So I think that's the difference between I'm saying this. I didn't say my bad is the end of the conversation, but in the moment, you got to accept what they're giving. You can't try to manipulate what you want them to say, especially when emotions is high.
And so I think that's where that extra layer of information is needed. So if you say to me, bro, my bad, look, right now I may not be able to, let's revisit this in 72 hours so that I can really assess what's happened. That's completely different. That's not a my bad. That's a my bad with an explanation. Do you know what I'm saying? That makes a complete difference. A my bad with an explanation that, hey, I may need to revisit this in 72 hours or 24 hours, or give me a few hours and then let me revisit this. It's completely different to a my bad on its own. And that's what I think we were missing each other, because I think that's where we were kind of missing it. But yeah, if you're saying my bad and saying, listen, hey, right now we're heated, let me revisit this in 72 hours, that's completely different. At that point, you're saying that I'm coming back to revisit this conversation. We're going to talk about this, and I may have a different response for you. But if my bad is left at my bad and I expect you to accept it in that moment, I'm gonna be like, what do you mean I'm just gonna accept my bad in that moment? It's almost dismissive of the person. But if you explain what you're explaining, I hear that. Yeah.
So and you got to remember, in this moment, I feel right. In the moment. So in the moment, I feel right. And me separating myself from it and trying to, because you don't want to get to a point. I see this a lot. People try to force things that they don't genuinely feel. And they're trying to force their partner this apology. They don't feel it. It makes the situation worse, because the partner, like, you're not genuine. You're saying this because you're trying to stroke my ego at this point. Instead of getting to a point, well, let's separate and come back and have a conversation. I just think if you're looking for, especially in the moment, a fulfilling apology, and that person don't see themselves wrong, what you're doing is you asking that person to lie to you in that moment. And I think we got to be able to have mature conversations, which typically is when you remove emotions, and those typically happen later based off my experience.
Okay, I mean that would make more sense. And then I think then my bad shouldn't even really come into the conversation. You know what I mean? It's just be like, hey, look, I don't think, right now we're heated. This is not the right situation. Let me come back again in 24 hours and let's talk about it. Because even dropping my bad at that point, what's the point of dropping my bad? Because then that's why it seems a bit dismissive, because we're dropping my bad and knowing that we're not even fully there yet. Do you know what I mean? So if we're not fully there, why am I dropping my bad at all? I'm also just saying, do you know what, right now, I think I'm right, but you know what? Let's revisit this conversation in a couple of hours' time, and let me see what you're saying. Do you know what I mean? Then there's no need for my bad in that sense. You know what I mean?
But it is a need for my bad, because that's how I communicate. That's me acknowledging that a problem is there. See, that's why I said it's so many different layers in communication that we're doing. I'm saying it for a reason, because this means something to me. I am acknowledging that it's an issue. I might have messed up. I might not understand it in the whole total idea of it, but those words mean something to me, and that's why I'm releasing them to you. So we gotta look at this conversation on both sides, if that makes sense. Because you can say you shouldn't have said nothing, but that gives me something that makes me feel like I'm at least attempting to move in the right direction.
Okay. I mean, I'm trying to see where you're coming from in that sense, and so you're just so I can fully understand. So you're saying in that moment, you're saying my bad because just give me that line again. So in that moment, why are you saying my bad? Just really quickly, why are you in that moment saying my bad?
Me saying my bad, I'm acknowledging that I could be wrong. I'm acknowledging that I might have messed up. So me saying because me just saying we could talk about it, I think that's really dismissive. If a person just said we'll talk about it in 72 hours, that's dismissing me. Like, hey, my bad. I like how you worded it. Let's talk about this in 2 hours when both of us, I like our emotions is down and we can have a realistic conversation. I get giving people an explanation if they need it. I don't think my wife need that. And I know we can look at it like, hey, if I'm communicating with Kojak and Kojak say, hey, you know what, my bad is not good enough, I might got to give him a little bit more, because that's how Kojak communicate. But we also, on the flip side, that says you shouldn't use it at all because it doesn't mean nothing to me. But what does it mean to me? Because we got to consider what both people feel with the communication that they're putting out to the person.
Yeah, so I think if it's the first time ever we're speaking, And if it's the first time ever you're speaking, if you know, let's say it's your first real argument with your wife, and you say, "Look, my bad," right? That's understandable because it means something to you at the time. But once you grow in maturity, like that person should be letting you know, my bad, don't cut it for me, or maybe my bad doesn't work for me. So then the onus of what it means to you means nothing anymore, because it really is about what it means to the other person. If the other person says my bad don't mean enough to me, I'm not saying that's what's happened in your situation, but I'm just saying as an example, then what it means to you means nothing, because it's not about you. It's about serving the other person in that moment. But if it's the first time we've ever communicated, that person has no understanding of your what it means to you, then that makes sense. But if we have history, then what it means to you has to go out the window. It's what it means to you. Because now I'm now trying to serve you in this moment. I can see that you may be feeling like I've done something wrong, but the reality is maybe I don't feel like I've done something wrong. If you haven't done anything wrong, don't even bother saying my bad. I'm not even going to say my bad. I'm not even going to say sorry, because I don't feel like I'm sorry in that moment. I don't think I've done anything wrong. What I'll just say is let's revisit this another time, so that then it can actually be, like I said, cooler heads can prevail, and then we can discuss it. But then why am I saying sorry, or sorry? Why am I saying my bad in that moment? It doesn't. I think that's where we're missing. I'm trying to understand fully where you're coming from, E, as well. So I hope you can understand that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but what you're doing, in my opinion, you're trying to force me to communicate how you communicate. We're two different people. Mm-hmm. I communicate one way and you communicate it. It's like me trying to force you to say my bad. I want you to say my bad. You would think I'm crazy. Now, if you're trying to remove words out of my language, it's almost like you're trying to force me to communicate the way that you do. You understand that? Or is
I do now. That's a really important thing. If you tell me my bad works for you, I'm gonna say my bad, because it works for you. I'm serving you in that moment. So you're absolutely right. If my bad works for you, ET, when I apologize, all I'm gonna say is my bad, bro, because that's what works for you. I'm serving you in that moment. So that's what I'm saying to you. I get what you're saying, but in the moment, who am I serving? If I'm serving you, because if you say I've offended you, and I can agree with that in the moment, then I'm going to say, yes, you're right, bro. I'm going to say my bad. If I don't believe I've done anything wrong, I'm going to say, bro, right now we're talking and we're not really seeing eye to eye. Let's talk about this a little bit later on. I'm not going to say my bad to preface anything, because my bad is an apology. The question is about an apology, not necessarily a linguistical term, but an apology. So if I'm now in that moment apologizing, it's because I'm acknowledging what I've done. I'm not going to say my bad to you if I don't feel I'm offering you an apology. Do you see what I'm saying? So if I'm just considering what you're saying, if I'm just hearing what you're saying, or I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, I'm not going to drop my bad, because when I say my bad, it's an apology. That way I have to wait for, okay, later when we talk and we see things differently, and then we come to a consensus that, you know what, I can see what I've done wrong. My bad, bro. Then I add the my bad, but not before I've come to the realization of where I am. You know what I mean? Because my bad is saying to a person, I take some responsibility. I know that I've done something wrong. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, E?
Yeah, it makes sense. I just think it's dangerous. It's dangerous for us to try to control what people say. It's just a dangerous place to go to, because what we do is we take away a person's identity. One thing that I really wanted in my relationship is my wife can be her. I love her for who she is. But if I get to a point that I'm trying to control how she apologizes, I'm trying to control how he speaks, in reality, I'm trying to make her a robot, or I'm trying to make her into me. And so the point that I'm coming from, and I hope you get it, is that I don't want to control her. I want her to be genuinely who she is, because I feel like I can love her forever if I fall in love with who she is. And I think my wife, me speaking the way how I speak, she fell in love with who I am. She tell people all the time, that's just who he is, and I love him for that. And she found a way to love me for me, instead of trying to control me to say something different. So I just think it's a slippery slope. I do understand. I want to be completely transparent. I understand what you're saying. I understand it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I definitely understand what you're saying, but I never want to get to a point that we're trying to control what people are saying, because I think it's a different level.
That's fair. Sean or Black, you want to add anything last point before we move it on? I mean, I think it's a good conversation. I think this is a really good conversation. You know, the dialogue for me is very powerful. I like the fact that we have different aspects and stuff because we need to be able to learn from one another. So, you know, I think this was a good moment for us to be able to see different things because, hey, I get challenged on this panel too. Sometimes I'll be saying some stuff and people looking at me like I'm an alien from a ship. So, you know, sometimes you say something and people don't agree and it is what it is. But at least we can disagree and move on amicably. And that's the key part. You know what I mean? So I appreciate that, E, as well, for having that dialogue. Black, did you have anything to say, or did you veto yourself on that one?
Oh yeah. We're good. Yeah.
Yeah, you sure? All right, cool. Any more questions, guys, before we bring it to a close? Was there any other questions that was on your mind? Yes, ET, go for it. Yeah, go for it.
I just want to say this: the reason that this is such a great conversation, because I believe that so many people don't get into the deepness of conversations before they get into that. What we're seeing is we're seeing two men being able to not agree, not yelling at each other or attacking each other from a personal point of view. It's just we're coming from two different standards. And I think if I got into a relationship, I'm with my wife, but say before I met my wife, if I was to get into a relationship and I offended someone so much on how I speak, I think that is a red flag that we are not the right people to be together. And this gives me the ability to take my chips and move on to the person. I think what we got to really try to find when we start talking about this relationships, who is a good fit for me? Even with you talked about the love languages earlier, if a person naturally don't do that, don't try to force that person to change. Find somebody who naturally want to love you in the way that you want to be loved. And I think these are the type of conversation that is missing on really taking things to the next level. I think you got to have this conversation. Imagine if a woman and a man was going in detail. She seen the red flag that saying his apology. He's not going to go into a deep apology. He see the red flag that he need to get down on one knee. And I know y'all don't look at it that way and sing some Boys to Men to him. Those two people are not a fit. And I think this is how you find a fit and be married for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I think what I would just add to that, and I think yes, we shouldn't be changing people. However, I think in relationships we need to be malleable, and there's going to be certain things that I'm going to need to bend and flex on, and vice versa, to please the person that I'm with. And I think that we've talked a lot about scriptures, and I think that there's some applicable ones. Right? When we talk about, even being believers, right? We are to be transformed by the renewing of our minds. So that is a constant process, and that is a constant adaptation. And I think to be successful long-term in relationships, you have to be open and willing to do the things that are pleasing to your partner, right? On multiple fronts, right? Like it's the same way, like if for me, I like, and listen, this is men's panel. We can go there, right? We're talking about intimate things and sex, right? So there's certain things that my woman may tell me, hey, listen, when you do that, I don't like that. But when you do this, I like this. And this is something that I want you to do. And yes, is that different than an apology? But it's the same context of you want to do things that are going to please them. You may not get it, or it might not have been your initial reaction to do it that way. But because you're being called to do it, or you're being asked to do it differently, there's nothing wrong with changing. It doesn't take anything from you to explain yourself. It doesn't take anything from you to shift your behavior. Right. And I think it's, again, in context. It depends on what's being asked of you. But I think if somebody is asking like, oh, I want a deeper apology, or these words mean something to me, you may not get it. You may already be 10 steps ahead of me. But in order for me to get it, because I'm the one that was offended, or I'm the one that's looking to receive the action, I need to be open. I can't be closed to that. And we can't always say just like in the relationship, or it's a red flag. I don't think that's necessarily a red flag. A red flag is when you tell somebody what you want and they're unwilling to do it. They're unwilling to hear from you. But someone beseeching of you to do something different, there's nothing wrong with that. And if we all are going to step on each other's toes. So I think like, hey, if I can do something that makes your load lighter, and then when you get up in the morning, you're thinking about things that are going to make my load lighter and that are going to make me happy and that are going to make me more satisfied in the relationship, then hell, I want to do those things, and vice versa. Versus I'm stuck in this pattern of behavior because it's worked for this one, or it worked for that one, or it works for me. I have to be open and a sponge to what works for the woman that I'm with, you know? And I think that means change in a lot of times.
So I strongly believe that no one can change you. A woman can't change me. I can't change my wife. The only thing that can change us is our relationship with God. God is the changer. He's the fixer. So it's some things that, you know, my wife, if I feel like if my wife want me, yes, she should be able to communicate with me, but God's going to have to change those things. I get what you're saying. I agree that you're supposed to serve your wife, right? I'm not saying that. Like, you should serve her. You're supposed to try to do things to help elevate her, make her feel, you know, wanted into the relationship. That's not what I'm saying. But it's just certain things is some people are who they are. And I think this is the biggest problem in relationships today, that people just do not accept people for who they are. And if we get to a point that we said that is who that person is, either I'm going to accept them or I'm not, I think those relationships work. But when we get to a point where you're expecting somebody to change, I'm telling you, it's a lot of women out there that's trying to change a man. It's like, oh, he never really wanted to work, but since he loved me, maybe he want to go out there and get a job now because he loved me. I think it's just a bad situation to put somebody in to change just because they're in love, because love comes and goes.
Hey, he's out here, baby. I love the conversation, baby. Yeah, Blackie, anything to add? No, don't think
Nah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to hit the mute button. My bad. No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, listen, look, I'm loving the conversation. Go for it. Yeah, go for that.
I will say this though. Hey, if we don't agree on anything, I'm telling you, man, your usage of boys to men in your scenario was perfect, because I would have used them as well. That's my group. That's all I want to say.
Oh man, listen, yeah, look, I'm loving the conversation. Like I said, you know, sometimes a little bit of disagreement is good, man. It helps just shake things up a little bit, you know, and also just get us to think a bit more deeper about our perspective. You know, we all feel that we're right in our perception. 80% of men think they're right, I think, as well. So we have to make sure, you know what I mean? We gotta make sure. We gotta make sure that we're actually right. Okay, so I'm loving the conversation as well. All right, because we're gonna bring it towards a close now as well, I guess, because we're coming up to the 3-hour mark. And the conversation we're having right now is, why do women find it so hard to apologize to men? We were talking about, and we just was kind of spoke about my bad as an acceptable apology going forward. Any last thoughts on this, on the question itself? Not necessarily just my bad part, but on the question itself. Yes.
Well, I have a question. I got a question.
Oh, go for it.
I got a question, because I meant to ask this at the beginning, but we went a different way. So, does it determine if a woman's a good woman if she cannot apologize? You want me to reword it?
I mean, you can't. Yeah, you can't want to. I heard it though.
Right. So, if a woman apologizes versus a woman doesn't apologize, do that determine if she's a good woman or not?
Okay, I'll go first on this one. Make it real quick and simple. For me, it does not mean that she is not a good woman. She's just not a good woman for me, and I can respect that and move forward. So you either can apologize the way that I need you to apologize, or you're not going to be the one for me. Just like I have to apologize in the way that she wants me to apologize, or I'm not the man for her. And it should come natural. I will say that it should come natural. It shouldn't be me saying this and then you changing your ways just for me, because it's not authentic at that point. But if I am looking for a certain apology and you just naturally do that, that's an A+ for me, you know. So that's where I'm at.
Oh, okay. I thought Sean was gonna go. I don't see Black. I don't think apologizing become natural. I don't think it's natural for people to want to apologize. Like most people, when you talk to them, they don't want to apologize. Apologize to apologize, I think, is a negative connotation. It's like seeing something wrong with you. And I don't think people naturally want to do that. And people like, I don't think we would have the problems we have if it was something that naturally happens, in my opinion. But I do want to know, Sean, did that disqualify her? Do it disqualify a woman being a good woman if she it's hard for her to apologize?
I mean, good, bad. I don't think it's good for relationships, you know. She can be single, or the same for a man. If he's not, if he's not comfortable with apologizing, it doesn't make him a good man in a relationship or a marriage. So yeah, I think they could be good independently, although I don't know how that trait is going to bode well in life, because we do need to humble ourselves and be in a position to acknowledge our errors, because doing so helps us learn. Doing so helps us get better and evolve and make better choices. If I'm constantly in the state where I think I'm right, and it doesn't mean that I feel like I'm wrong all the time. No, I don't. Are there points that I'm really confident about? And I think this is just an example of that, right? Like you and I can have a healthy debate over how we feel an apology is important, and I can disagree, but I can still hold firm that I think it's okay to be wrong. And I think that I can acknowledge when I do make a mistake, and I'm not I don't think of myself so highly that I'll never be, that I can think like, oh, I'm gonna enter every situation thinking I'm going to be right. And if someone, especially someone that I care about, tells me that I hurt them or tells me that I did something wrong, I'm going to listen. Now, depending on what happens is going to determine my actions, right? For some people, it may like you said, it may not be, we just might not be a good fit, whether it's a relationship that's a friendship or a relationship that's romantic. Sometimes I need to just change the behavior overall. I think it's going to determine the course of action based on what's happening. But I do think that in a relationship, I think 100%, in order to be a good partner, you have to be willing to apologize. And if you don't, for me, that is a bad sign and not somebody that's going to be successful in a relationship.
I'm gonna say this: if you can't apologize, you ain't good for nobody. Okay, you ain't good for nobody. I'm sorry, you ain't good for nobody. Okay, nobody needs that in their life. Okay, that's a whole lot of mess. Me personally, you're not good for me. And the reason being because I think there are certain standards of humanity that I need you to be at when it comes to being in a relationship. Basics, foundational stuff, which I'm not about to start teaching you and fighting and wrestling you on when it comes to relationship, because I think that's a basis of that's a basis on a form to start to fail. Right. I think there has to be some areas of preparation that needs for each individual person. One of those things is having the ability to apologize. In fact, I've warned women and I've told them, if a man cannot apologize, dead him straight away. Don't even play with that man, because he will make you regret ever choosing him to be in a relationship with. There is an aspect of humility that every human being needs to be able to have. I'm not saying that you can't struggle with it. I'm not saying there aren't moments where you may even get it wrong. But I'm saying when someone has a character flaw when it comes to apologies, right, that they can clearly see that they're in the wrong for something and cannot apologize, they are a problem onto themselves and will be a problem onto you. Do not choose that man. Do not choose that woman if he or she cannot apologize. Let them learn that lesson with someone else. But you will learn the harshest lesson if that person cannot apologize to you in a relationship. And actually, what it does, it puts you in teacher and student mode all over again in a relationship. I'm not saying we don't teach each other stuff, but I'm saying that those are basic stuff, basic norms that I think that if you're entering a relationship called a monogamous relationship, romantic relationship, even with friends, me and Sean have rolled out together before. If I've done something to Sean, I have to say, bro, my bad, I'm sorry. I did something wrong. You know what I mean? Like, if I can't apologize, I'm gonna start looking at you some way. In fact, me and Sean couldn't be friends if I couldn't apologize or he couldn't apologize. it would be unacceptable in continuing a long-term friendship. And people who can't apologize, I don't stay close to them. I don't trust them. I don't keep them close to me, and I don't allow them to have too much space and time and energy around me, because that person will always hold you accountable for things that they do instead of apologizing. So for me, yes, the question being, can you be a good woman if you don't apologize? For me, no. You can be a woman, but I don't think you're a good woman, and I don't think you're a good man either if you can't apologize personally. But I'm sure ET, you can break some stuff down for us as well.
Yeah, I'm glad y'all answered the way that y'all answered. Okay, so let me ask you one, Kojo, before, and first, let me apologize to you. You know what I'm saying? I know you like it this way.
I need my bad, bro.
I apologize for calling you Kojak, and I know
you're
you
good,
like
bro.
to call it Kojo. My bad about that.
I don't mind Kojak either. You're good, but go on, fam.
All right, but let me ask you this question: what do you think the ideal age for marriage is? Like, if you had two people to get married, what do you think the ideal age for the man and for the woman?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think doing it young is ideal. If I'm gonna say an age to do marriage, I personally would be looking at the 25.
25.
Yeah, 25. If you start at 25, would be my, in this modern day and age, would probably be my minimum for most people.
So a minimum of 25. Okay. All right. So this idea, if we understand where our society is, right? We talk about the broken homes. We see on YouTube, we talk about the broken home. We talk about the single mom raising these people. The idea that we believe that human beings should have everything figured out by 25, I think is completely crazy. I can tell you right now, the person that I was at 25 and the person I'm in my 30 is two totally different people. This idea, I think we have lost the art of growing together, understanding each other. It's a lot of things early in my marriage that my wife struggled with. It's a lot of things I struggled with, but we put God first, and He straightened out the mess. He ironed out the details. And so it's just truthfully and honestly, in my ideal world, I know it might not be that, it's some things you have to give people grace. If that woman's everything else for you, and if she's working, I said that she couldn't, but she might be working towards being able to apologize. I don't think that qualify her as a good woman or a bad woman. I think it reveals where she's at. And I think is what we really got to start looking at. If we talk about being together forever, where is a person at? And I believe God can get a person to where they need to be the perfect wife for you, or the perfect husband. I didn't say the perfect person, but the perfect spouse for you. So I just think that it's nothing too big that God can't handle. And I know people was looking at taking it another way, but I don't think it's nothing. Even if she can apologize, even if it's some trauma from that, if she's working to get to the right place, I think we should let God do the work.
I personally would say that I would push back on that and say God is also looking at you to utilize the wisdom that He's given you. And I think sometimes as young men, as older men who have gone through certain experiences, there's types of men and women that you just shouldn't be entertaining in a relationship format. And this is why we have a lot of divorces coming later on. It's because actually men and women choose people who are never the right fit, but try to make it fit. And then when they have the kids and everything, and that's out the window now, suddenly we're looking at each other like, you know what? I don't really need to be here anymore. The objective has been met. And you know what? I was putting up with a lot of things that I didn't really want to part with. And now I'm looking to divorce you. This is why we have that divorce rate so high for both parties in this instance. People are choosing people who are not fit for purpose. And, you know, we have to be able to say that there is a baseline. There's a baseline for what we can consider to be somebody who's fit for purpose here, right? So, of course, at 25, am I expecting you to have everything together? No, I'm not even expecting you to have financially everything all together. I'm not expecting that at all. What I am expecting, though, is that you're a decent human being, that you're decent, that you're able to communicate without saying F off to your partner. I'm expecting that you can communicate without it becoming a fisticuffs. I'm expecting the fact that, you know what, you can show love to your partner. You're not struggling to say I love you. If that's what you are, you need to sit down on the bench and heal. You don't need to be in a relationship. Don't be trying to use a relationship as a healing mechanism, because the likelihood of it is it's going to break before you get healed. Or if you do get healed, the other person's been broken so much, they now have no more capacity to operate within the scope of this relationship. So I'm saying, not you're gonna have everything all together, but there are certain things that certain people have that are destructive, and not apologizing is a destructive quality. It's a prideful one, and it's often one of fear and pride. And so I'm saying that for people, if you know that you can't apologize, you struggle with that, listen, I need you to sit on the bench and heal. Okay, I don't want to tell you to get in a relationship, and you know what? If a man really loved me, he would put a fence around me. No, that's God doing that and protecting you from Satan. But me, no. Okay, you need to come with certain tools already in hand, and if you haven't got it at 25, sit on the bench and heal. And this is why we need to talk to the younger generation to get them to understand, what qualities do you have right now? And if I'm a father and I can see that my son is ill prepared for marriage, I'm going to tell his ass, sit your ass down, boy. I don't want to see you up. Don't even talk to me about that, bro. Sit down, right? You can choose to tell me no and go forward, but I'm going to tell you straight. Because if I don't, you're going to make a mess of your life. And when you make a mess of your life, you're going to look at me like, Dad, why didn't you tell me? No, I told you. Like, you can't blame me. You're now going to have to look at yourself and be accountable. So I think that conversation about those instances, if someone tells me, my daughter tells me that her man, he shouts at her when he communicates, I'm gonna look at her, darling, this is not a relationship for you. Yeah, don't try and change him. Like you said, we shouldn't be changing people, right? Don't try and change this guy. Let him be. Yeah, it's not for you, right? So there are little things I think should be established. Go for it, E.
So no, I'm not saying that you should try to change them. I'm saying the idea that you think that person at 25 is going to have everything that you need, I think is completely crazy. When I got my wife, she had about 60 to 70% of everything I have. Over our marriage, I think then she started getting more of the things that I need. I think the reason that society is a lot more single, they're looking for a perfect person. They're looking for someone who got 100% of everything. And I think that's why a lot of people are still single. I think a lot of people will die single because they're looking for a perfect person. Instead of say, hey, what are the things that are central? I get the point that you was making. Hey, being able to apologize is essential to you because it's high on your scale. That wasn't essential to me. Her relationship with God was essential to me. Her ability to be a mother was essential to me. Her ability, like it was other things that but apologies are not that big for me. So I get it if that's a deal breaker for you, but it just wasn't a deal breaker for me.
And I think that's why it comes down to having the divine wisdom and guidance from the Bible says, there's a safety in the multitude of counselors. Right. This is why having that conversation like this, what we're having right now, is for not even just for us, it's for younger generations. Right. Sean can tell me some stuff that I have no clue. I mean, Sean spent some time when we was in Atlanta, when the girls went out, me and him were shooting some hoops and just talking, and we were chopping it up. And when I'm really learning from people, I'm asking questions and I'm just soaking what answers they're giving me because I want to learn. Do you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know everything. At 31, just because I teach other people, don't mean I can't be taught. I can always learn. And I don't have all the answers. So, and I know at 25, I was an arrogant prick. I would have been no good for any. I'm telling you now, I would have been divorced by now. At 25, I personally would have been divorced by now because the wounds that I was carrying, I wouldn't have been able to treat my wife would have been, my testimony, if we made it through, would have been one of those testimonies where she said, we've been through things. And that thing is not the one where, it's been hard. It's when you had to be the lid and I was the jar. Them bars there by John Gray. Yeah, them things there would have been our testimony because I would have been an absolute nightmare because the way that I interpreted love and the way I saw love and the way I saw certain things, I might have thought I was ready. But when I look at it now, I'm like, whoa, I would have hurt somebody emotionally. So I'm saying that these conversations are important because we can instill some of this wisdom into our young men specifically and our young women to say, hey, as an older person, this is what I see. If you're going to choose someone and you are going to marry 25, 20, even at 20, if that's what it is, there are basic necessities of a human being that you need to have in play. Kindness, compassion, the person actually genuinely has a love for you, and a care for you. That person is respectful in their communication. You know what I mean? And those little basic necessities are without a doubt non-compromisable. They are, you can't compromise on them. So I'm not saying that at 25 you have it all together. I'm just saying that they're basic necessities. Go for it, Ian, and I'll let Sean jump in.
And I know you got to go. So
oh no, you're good. You're good.
So the one thing I want to say is that the reason that I think the way that I think is because I have had a lot of conversation with people who have been married for 30 years. And we always talk about how is it now? No, I asked, tell me when you was 19. So one of my mentors, they got married at 19 and 21. He was 21, she was 19. And I said, tell me about those first 5 years. Tell me what he was working on, and you tell me what she was working on in those first 5 years. And sometimes God is developing us to be the spouse that we need to be. And that's the point that I'm saying. I get it. Like I said, I can agree that you not apologizing can be a deal breaker. But we look at the broader strokes of the big picture. If we look at the big picture, that person at 25, that person at 21, they're not going to be the same person at 50. The most important part is you have God in your life, and God is actually leading you to be the best husband or the best wife that you need to be. So that was the whole overall point that I was making.
That's it. Sean?
Is this the like summary, or you're looking?
I'll just asking your thoughts on the conversation for you.
Oh yeah, well, look, I think when I think about relationships, right, and we talk broadly, one of the biggest things that are plaguing relationships are ineffective ways of conflict resolution and difficulties in communicating with one another. And I think why it was so important, at least on my side, for me to, just kind of add different contexts and different layers to why I think the apology is important, because I think some of this stuff, it just does it, to your point, it doesn't come natural for us. So it's stuff that we do have to work on. I don't think it disqualifies us. I think we can still be in a relationship. However, we have to have an openness to want to do better. We have to have an openness to want to do things that are going to be pleasing to our spouse. And I think it's great to talk to people and our elders to get that wisdom. And I think it's great to do that. But we also need to be, everything that our elders did also are things that we don't want to repeat. And they made some mistakes in relationships, and some of their relationships, especially those that have been around for decades and decades, those relationships span through the course of time, and they did things that they needed to do to be together at that time. So their tolerance was different, right? Or their expectation, right? So we might have had parents that didn't apologize, and that's how they moved through life because they were dealing with Jim Crow. They were not considered human and didn't have the right to legally vote, right? So apologizing was not at the top of the list of priorities. But as time has evolved, expectations have evolved, and I think we need to continue to evolve and to be open to do things and be more focused on doing the things that are going to be pleasing to our spouse. That's my thought.
So can we admit that we might have messed it up and we don't know? I know a lot of people say the old people did a lot of things wrong, but I really think they was really effective at keeping the family together. And the one thing that we see today, and the reason I like speaking to older people, because I realized that they had something right. We can pick out all the things that they did wrong, but they figured something out. And where society is going, if we look at the marital rate, if you look where we're going, I think we're going into the wrong direction, and we got to find a way to correct it.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that. I think again, we are open to graceful growth in a relationship. I think if we are going to be advising people about who want to get married with, I'm trying to say to you, listen, get the basics right, get the foundations right. That's how you build a building. The building takes time to build, but you need strong foundations. And yes, Christ is one of those foundations. He's a cornerstone, not only in faith, but also for relationships, because he permeates what ideologies should take hold and precedence in that relationship. So absolutely, you know, God is needed in every relationship that we're talking about and forming and trying to see it be successful first and foremost. And, you know, if that person, like Sean and E said already, if that person is an open person to changing and you've seen it, that's a different person. You know what I mean? If someone says, okay, for instance, they struggle with apologies, but you're seeing some changes, you know, like, hey, look, I know I struggle usually with apologies, but or you see some changes along the time, that's different. If you see that person is locked into that behavior and they're refusing to change, you know what I mean? And they say they're trying, but it keeps on happening. It's a pattern of behavior. You need to exit, you know. And I think I love the generation before us because they might have shown us what a long relationship is. But a lot of them were in toxicity galore. Okay, a lot of them were toxic galore, and there is no winning just because you stay together, because the children still suffer. Just because the parents stay together does not mean the children don't suffer. When the marriage is not healthy, the children still suffer. They have the emotional residue of whatever you two fail to do gets pushed onto them. Kids are very much very very aware, and they see things between parents, and parents are like, I didn't even know you knew that. And it's because I didn't know I knew that. I don't know how I perceived it, but I saw it. You know what I mean? So just staying together doesn't mean those children are going to be great either. We need healthy marriages to be able to push on that narrative of being healthy, because toxic marriages don't breed anything but oftentimes toxic children. You know?
I agree. Let me say I agree first. But Kojak, if we compare the kids that was in the toxic marriages versus the single mamas, I think it's a difference. Like I think we will be able, if we had the data. I ain't got the data. Let me say that.
That's
but
right.
If we had the data, that man been present in that house, regardless of how bad we can say that it was, because I don't think most of them was toxic. But I think that though. I just think that a 2-parent home is the way to go. I know we can put layers on it to say that those people was bad and this, that, and third, but a 2-parent home is the way to go. And you don't get to choose your parents. You get a better situation with both of your parents than one of them for the majority of it. I'm not talking about an absolute. I'm saying for the majority of it, a 2-parent home definitely works.
Yeah, I think that I don't think any of us are debating that having kids in a 2-parent household is ideal, right? Absolutely, 100%, right? Kids should be raised in a 2-parent household. However, there is a caveat that we have that they should be raised in healthy 2-parent households. And if it is unhealthy, then either one, they should be willing to, go into it with a willingness to fix whatever needs to be fixed. And a lot of times it's poor communication, because again, like Kojo said, kids are sponges. So if they don't see their parents working through conflict, right? Or they see anytime their parents have a disagreement, one of the parents stonewalls, one of the parents, just walks away, one of the parents disappears for days, they're going to duplicate those behaviors and or internalize those things. So having those two people there, but not in a healthy, loving relationship, is not going to be the best thing for that child. So I think that's what we're saying. And as much as we can look back to the past, right? And I think it's great to be nostalgic. I think it's great to look back and see some of the things that we can learn, but certain things we can't undo. So we're in 2023. We can't go back to 1975. And some parts of 1975, I don't want to go back to, because that was a post civil rights, Jim Crow era. I don't want to have to go through those struggles, right? So there's some benefits of things that we live in today that we don't have to deal with now. And I think that what we need to learn to do is do the best with the people that we're in relationship with now. And I think it starts with everything that we're saying is learning how to work together with the person that we're with. So I think that's a point we can definitely both agree on. And I think it's also being open to the fact that you're going to have to change and evolve in your relationship. Everything can't be a problem, but some things are. And those some things can't be everything. You can't have a laundry list of 30 things. But if you've got 5 or 6 things that really are important to you, those things should be acknowledged, and vice versa. and we should be actively working on those things together for the benefit of our relationship, so that our future kids can see this is how our parents worked through issues. Not that it was a utopia and they didn't have any problems, but when problems arise, this is how they dealt with it. This is how they handled it. They were respectful and loved. They had disagreements, but they worked through those things. So I think that is what is ideal, because some of those things that were our ancestors and elders did, we're just not going to be able to duplicate it.
Yeah, for me, when it comes to staying in a marriage when it's not working for the kids, I think that can do more damage than good. In most situations, I won't say all, but in most situations, because I feel like as parents, we owe it to our kids to show the most authentic version of how a relationship works, right? Because they're going to learn from us. We're going to be their teachers at that point, and they see us going back and forth. They see us disagreeing and not coming to terms with each other because we are not equally synced. Is going to possibly damage them in certain ways when it's time for them to a relationship. So that's why I would be against that. I would be against staying in a relationship just for the kids, because there's more benefits that you guys can do apart than that would do with you guys being together. So that's all I want to say.
I just want to say that these things, you could be a horrible husband but a great father. Just because you're bad at one thing, I know a lot of people don't agree with it, but just because you're bad at one thing, I know a lot of guys who's great business partners but horrible husbands. You can master one trait and fail at the other. I think that when people are thinking about breaking their homes apart, they really should really understand the true effect. And I get it. If this guy's doing something to the kids that's not in a good health with the kids, I can see that. But in reality, those two things, if you ever went to sit at a trial for like separation of kids, custody, the number one argument that lawyers actually prevail on, just because he was a horrible husband doesn't mean that that's a horrible father.
And I would say, there's some truth to that. I wouldn't all the way agree. I wouldn't all the way agree because there's overlapping qualities they need. But I would say there's some truth to that for some people. I think some people are an exception to the rule. But I think most people that are horrible partners, and I mean horrible, tend to be also horrible parents too. You know what I mean? Because you're supposed to love the other person, and regardless of whether there's meant to be an aspect of respect. Let me use that word, rather than the love aspect. So, but that's another debate for another day. My point is this: I think the reason why having a healthy home now is even more important. I think the reason why having an even more healthy marriage is important is because we are in a modern day and age where now toxicity cannot stay hidden. We are no longer in survival mode. A lot of us are thriving. When I say a lot of us, doesn't mean the majority, but we have the opportunity to thrive, right? Like we don't have people necessarily killing us at our door. You don't necessarily have external threats coming for you. You can actually thrive in this domain to a degree. So I think now having an acceptable situation where we have women too who are now educated, who have access to resources, etc., the need to stay in these relationships is no longer there. So now we have to have healthier marriages, because you can't depend on, well, you need a man, you need a husband, or you need a wife. That doesn't work in this generation anymore. We now have to be looking at actually having healthy relationships, because being in a relationship with somebody, and marrying them, you have to also understand that this generation now are seeing that I don't have to stick with the toxicity and take it. I don't have to anymore. So you have to get it right. In fact, we should be investing so much time and effort into educating people on relationships, because it can ruin your life. Literally, we should be educating them, because it can literally ruin your life. So for me personally, having a two-parent household which is toxic breeds toxic children. Oftentimes these children pick up toxic ways of communicating, behaving, etc., etc. And when they go into the world, they're going to have to unlearn that. Before they unlearn it, more than likely you've encountered the opposite sex, man and woman, and actually had to hurt people along the way before you got there, which means more brokenness happens. So, you know, so in this generation, yes, we don't want to be seeing toxic homes. I'd rather see you in a single parent household that knows how to love and co-parent than being in one that's a toxic situation. Personally, I don't want to see people in toxic homes, because whilst you may be saying that they're better off, they're not better off. Because if your marriage is not a healthy one, you're still hurting somebody. It doesn't matter if your marriage is long or not. You're still hurting somebody. Do you see what I'm saying? If I'm disrespectful to you in a marriage, but you stayed all the while in that marriage, you've been hurt the whole entire time in that marriage. It looks good to everybody else outside, but how do you feel? That's the key part. So our measurement shouldn't be how long they are together, because toxic people can be in long relationships because people are willing to accept toxicity. But the reality is, were you able to thrive in that marriage? You know?
Coach,
Sean,
what I would say is that I think, though, what I heard was that, and as a child of divorce, right? I think that what I'm hearing from Ian, you could tell me if I'm wrong or not, but just because my dad and mom didn't work out together in a relationship, and in their marriage, it doesn't mean that my dad was a bad dad, and it definitely doesn't mean my mom was a bad mom. You know, they just weren't good husband and wives for each other. So I think that's what's so important. And I thank God, and I've talked about this on this channel before, that my parents were very intentional about how they treated each other after they divorced, because it was so important that they respected each other, although they couldn't be in a relationship together, as ultimately would have been best, but not best ultimately for them to stay and not being on the same page, right? So didn't make my dad a bad dad, because he still loved me. He still did, you know, things to share and show his love, and the same thing from my mom, right? So I think that's what we don't want to discount, that, you know, just because a marriage didn't work out means the person can't be an effective parent separately.
But that's not what I'm saying. Wait, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying if you were a bad partner, you're really bad. This is not about we have different ways of doing it. We broke up because we couldn't really make it work. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're a bad partner, more than likely you have bad traits that will stem itself over. Because it doesn't, like, if your dad was able to then get on the same page as your mom and be respectful of her, I can almost guarantee, and I'll be wrong, I could be wrong, and I'll hold my hands up and I'll apologize and say I'm wrong. I can almost guarantee that he probably wasn't necessarily a bad partner. It may be the relationship didn't work out, but being a bad partner might not be the term he'll be used. Do you know what I'm saying? Because the way he was respectful, the way he wanted to sort it out, and even in the after, to be a respectful parent, that person is probably going to be the same, because it's a character issue. Now, can the person grow and learn and say, actually, that's not how I should have behaved? That's a repentant situation. But if we're saying that person is a really bad partner, and I'm not talking about you couldn't work things out, a really bad partner, right? Where you're disrespectful, you're emotionally abusive, or you're this and that. This is a completely different scenario to it being about two people not working out. That's completely different. I'm not disputing that.
So, Kojo, it's interesting how you painted this point, because I think you're completely off, right?
Okay.
And the reason I think you're completely off, if this is a toxic relationship, they are mirroring each other. I'm pretty sure the woman in the man is toxic. It's not that the man, we can't paint this picture that this man is just toxic and the woman is not toxic. Typically in a toxic relationship, it's two toxic people. And the idea that the woman who get the custody most of the time is going to not be a toxic one parent compared to a two parent, I think is completely crazy to me. If that was a toxic relationship based off what you said, them splitting, she's still going to be toxic. So do you kind of understand? Just because they split doesn't mean that put them in a better situation. Majority of the time, they mirror each other. Both of them are toxic, and you're putting that child in a single toxic situation. You're not putting them typically in a better situation. I do agree with your overall point that we want them to be in a healthy situation. But if the parents are toxic, I'm pretty sure both of them toxic. It's never typically one way. It's not really those things that is one toxic person and there's just one good person who chose wrong. No, you typically have two toxic people.
Yeah, I mean, there can be different forms of toxicity and different levels of toxicity. So that's a point as well, you know. And this is not an indictment on men. This is in general anybody. If you're a disgusting partner and you're bad with you're a bad person in your relationship, not just that you couldn't work things out, but you're a bad person in your relationship, you are probably more than likely going to continue that behavior onwards with your kids. It is a character issue, a flaw issue. That's completely different from being a person of we couldn't work things out. We couldn't work things out. That behavior transcends into even how you handle your kids. If you know that you couldn't work things out with your partner, you had a respectful form of communication. There may have been times where you guys might have had your moments, of course. And every parent's going to have that. We know that already. There's things that our parents done, we disagree, right? But if they're a horrible partner, there are going to be horrible tendencies they have with that child. And so this is just my experience of even seeing it myself, seeing people's parents. I'm like, yes, you know, that person is not necessarily a bad person or a bad partner, but it broke up with your situation. Okay, cool. And they're not a bad parent either. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I think it's about differentiating the two. That didn't work out are different from people who are really bad partners. That's men and women. We don't want households where even if two people are toxic, whoever the toxic person is, we don't want children to be in that space because their children pick it up. They pick it up. And so they are learning these traits and it continues into another relationship. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, like I think someone said, can your person cheat and be a good person? If you cheated once and then your partner says, I can't do anymore, that's a different situation. If you're a serial cheat, if you can hide a 10-year affair, we got to look at you differently. Because more than likely that aspect of your deceit has impacted your kids. Ask any child whose parent has cheated and see how it affects them. It affects people. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. These things are not free. They're not free. There are emotional residues and emotional taxes that happen to kids. And this is what when I'm coaching people, these are the kind of things I see all the time because people think as a parent, I'm absolved. If I did what I did to your mom or I did what I did to your dad, is what I did. But you don't realize the children are seeing it and picking up those same habits. If I see a young girl and I watch her mother, I can see some of the traits that her mother has. I was like, the same thing happens to her. Or if it's in your dad, I can see it. And the same thing with me. So we pick up these traits and these things that we do from our parents. And I'm saying to you, if you are a really bad partner, and I'm talking about near on being abusive, you're going to see the same thing in parents. If you're emotionally distant from your partner, I'm an emotionally avoidant person, so I'm learning to work on that. If I'm emotionally avoidant and distant with my partner, it's going to happen to my kids too. I'll have the same tendencies and the same coping mechanisms to be able to get over certain situations. And the kids might read it slightly differently, but how they are affected, you will start to see it. You know what I mean? So that's all. Yeah, go for it, bro.
Let's because I want to make sure we're on the same page. Do you believe toxic? Sure. Do you believe toxic people? Toxic people draw other toxic people to them, right? Do you think a healthy person would draw a toxic person, or typically toxic people draw toxic people to themselves?
Yeah, I mean, I would say typically toxic people tend to draw some level of toxicity from other people. Yeah, I would typically, I would agree with that.
So this is the only point that I'm making. First of all, I don't think the child got a chance at all. But but what we look at it, the idea of this woman separating from this man give the child a better chance. That's what I can't see. Because most of the time when we talk about a toxic man, he's with a toxic woman, and them separating, I don't see that giving the child a better opportunity. Because I think healthy people find healthy people. So in the healthy wise, if two healthy people separate, I think that it was better for the child that those two people was together. Do you kind of get where I'm coming from? That it's not going to be a better situation for that child just because they separate.
Yeah, I know. And again, maybe a better word would be then when people have certain traits that are triggering to certain people. You know what I mean? So sometimes being in a relationship with somebody, they trigger the worst out of you, and you may trigger the worst out of them. And sometimes separation is a better way of doing it, because you two together just keep the cycle of trauma going on and on and on. So maybe that's a better way of describing it rather than toxic, because toxic is quite a broad spectrum. But I would say, let me be more specific. If you have a partner that triggers you in a negative fashion, right? You being with that person consistently triggers you, puts you in a particular position, and vice versa. For those children who are in that position, this is not going to help them grow in the right frame of mind possible. They can survive. They can definitely survive. They'll make it through, but with what injuries? With what pains and what wounds? You know what I mean?
So, but hold on. I want to make sure we got the baseline, because I think our baseline is off. We're talking about believers, right?
Even believers, even believers, I don't agree with it. You shouldn't be saying marriage that way.
Because what I'm saying doesn't make sense if we're talking about the world. If we're talking about two toxic people in the world, I'm not talking about the premise of what I'm saying is believers, right? So if we're talking about believers, I just think that people say that y'all can go apart to get things together, because we're talking married people, right? I'm not talking about you dating somebody and y'all know that y'all toxic. I'm talking about people who already done got married and they figured out that they toxic and they're believers. I think the best thing is them to do is to go to God and figure it out and try to get the being toxic out of their relationship. I don't think separating is the answer. And that's the thing that I'm saying, is that I don't think just them separating is going to make things better. No, getting God involved in that relationship is going to be able to wash out that the toxic personality. So I just think I'm coming from different points. Now, of the world, a person, they out there just doing whatever they want to do, I'm not talking about those people. That's not what I'm saying. But I don't think believers that are toxic should separate because they're not agreeing now. I think that they should figure it out with God. So I'm just not an advocate. I'm not an advocate of separating because we in a bad moment. I'm an advocate of staying together, getting God involved, and y'all can figure it out.
Yeah. I mean, I would prefer to see people stick it out as well, together, you know. But I would definitely. Some people are joined together, and God never joined them together. So you don't need to be together because God never joined you together. You went and joined yourself with somebody. Do you know what I mean? So sometimes we're in situations that we're gonna have to exit because that was not what God called you for. But you're gonna learn that lesson, because all in all, the most important thing for God here is, number one, you first and foremost have a relationship with him. Number two, you are submitted to his will. You know what I mean? That's the most important thing. So those two things then lead to other things, where it's called conforming to the image of the Son, and then being able to perform works, even call it quote unquote miracles, and the works of the Holy Spirit as well, right? We're talking about Corinthians, the gifts of the Holy Spirit. Sorry. But the most important thing is that you have a relationship with him first and foremost. So sometimes what can be a fear, and I remember I was talking to someone this about years ago, you know, and I was telling them about, you know, them being divorced or them getting divorced. I was like, well, I couldn't remarry you. And I was like, that's so wrong. And I think it's wrong because I say this, that no sin is holding you back from the grace of God. Do you know what I'm saying? Right? Nothing's holding you back from the grace of God. Do I want you to be divorced? No. Do I want to see you remarrying several times? No. And that's where I think some work needs to be done. But sometimes that relationship needs to dead and end. Okay, dead and end.
I get the point that you're saying. I'm just saying the point that I'm making, because I hear people in chat to say, how can you be a toxic believer? Let me tell you, it's a lot of
toxic believers.
Yeah, you was toxic before you came to Christ. Let me tell you that.
Yeah.
This idea, just because I accept the Holy Ghost and I get baptized, I'm going to be another person. No, that person that showed up to the baptism is still there. And most of the time, it takes a person over time to change, you know. So that's what I mean by a toxic believer. I'm not talking about somebody who's been saved for 20 years and they still toxic. No, not that person. I'm talking about somebody who might have got married, they got saved, and now they're at the beginning of their walk with Christ, and then they get to a point that they're toxic. I think they should let God work that relationship out. So I think it's just two different perspectives. I really don't give advice to people of the world. That's just not who I am. So yeah, I get it. If I get your point, if you're talking two people out there in the world, they don't have God involved, they might be better separated because it wasn't going to work in the first place because God wasn't the foundation anyways. But when God is your foundation, I think God can work a lot of things out. I think we take away kind of the power that God can really do in our relationship. And so that's the point that I'm saying is instead of you just running, because in this culture we have, everybody running because he ain't perfect or she ain't perfect. I'm saying, what if y'all get God involved? What if y'all get some Christian counseling? Everybody just want to go to a counselor. How about let's see what the Bible say? And I think those two people, if they willing to work at it, I don't care how bad they is, I truthfully and honestly believe that God can be able to get them taken care of. But that's just my belief. I don't think God have any limits. I know some people think that some people too far gone, but I think God can change anybody. I done seen two crackheads. I've seen two crackheads get married, get saved, and have one of the strongest relationships. Never go back to doing drugs. Like it's just one of those things that I just don't think. I'm just talking about this is stuff I seen the power of God with my eyes, and I don't think separating is always the answer. Everybody think it just get rid of them instead of saying let's invite God into it. Let's invite him into it to be that. But I do gotta go. This was a great show.
I appreciate it,
this was a good show, and I definitely looking forward to have some more conversations. The points and the where I come from, a lot of people's not going to agree on it. I do think that what I'm doing is working in my marriage. I think me and my wife is going to be married forever, and me and my wife have conversations like this too in detail, and we understand each other. We understand each other's upbringing, and I think that instead of us trying to get into echo chambers of people listen to us, we should listen to our spouse, have these conversations so you at least understand their perspective and why they respond to the things that they did. So appreciate you, Kojo, for having me over. This is such a great time.
I'll see you next week, bro. I appreciate my G.
Yes, sir.
Love, brother. Yeah, man. I mean, just I guess my comment to a close, but I think just wanted to say, like, I believe the power of God, and I believe He changes. He can do everything. You know what I mean? There isn't a thing He can't do. I think we do need to be very careful that we're not trying to make everything spiritualized. There's a practicality on our behalf, and this is why we're having divorces and marriages, because you can't over spiritualize everything. Right? You're out. You know, you can sit on your knees and pray every day. But if you're not doing the work that needs to be required, sometimes you need to read a book. Sometimes you need to go to a therapist. Sometimes you need to go and study. I remember those days when we were in school and we haven't studied one bit, and we're praying to the Lord, Lord, let the results come out good. And some of us were blessed enough by the grace of God that we had that. But some of you failed, no matter how much you prayed. Okay, right? So that there needs to be a balance of spirituality and balance. And this is what we're seeing with Dania Jackson and Derek Jackson, because when you over spiritualize everything, it's like, well, won't God do it? Well, God ain't bringing Derek Jackson back. He ain't coming back. So what you want to do? Right? Derek Jackson ain't coming back. I don't want you to stay in that situation with Derek Jackson. He doesn't respect you. So, you know, there are certain situations, unfortunately, you know, with the president of, like, I get it that some people don't want a divorce, and because God is against divorce, and I agree. But the reality is also there are certain situations that need a divorce. It needs it, because the hardness of one person's heart or both people's heart is problematic in that situation. And for the betterment of those kids, especially as well, too, sometimes you stay. Look, I spoke to a particular woman when I was coaching her, right? And she was like, she don't want to leave the relationship because she has 3 kids with this dude. And I said, but what's happening to you? She's like, well, you know, I'm frustrated, I'm hurt. I said, all your bitterness is going where? It's not going to the man. It's going to the kids. You can't give the kids what you don't have. You're only going to give them what you already have. So if you're bitter, you're angry, you're hurt, you're snapping, you're kicking them, you're doing all these things to your children, and you will say, I was a great parent, but you won't realize when those kids grow up, they're going to, yeah, but the way that you handle certain things, it hurt us. Now, they may not put it in the most plainest way for you. We all do this thing where when you ask somebody, how was your parents? We all go, no, they were great. And then when you ask another question, they go, well, there were some things in there. We all start off with they were great. But when we start looking underneath at and unearthing certain things, we start realizing, oh, there's some things that I didn't really like. But we all cover our parents because we care about them so much. But I'm just kind of highlighting the fact that people will be affected by our parents being in relationships that are really bad and really toxic. I don't want to see people in single parent homes. I don't. But I also don't want to see people in chaotic 2-parent homes. Those are the most tyrant kids you've ever seen in school. You ever seen a kid in a 2-parent home that's toxic? That kid is a bully. and it's disgusting, bro. Like, yo, there be some wild ass kids when they come from them kind of homes. You know what I mean? So I don't want to see them in a single parent home, but I also don't want to see them in a chaotic family home either. Any thoughts on that, Sean, yourself, before we?
Yeah, what I would say is to your point, like we do have to be careful. I think with cookie cutter approaches, right? Because yes, do we serve a God that can do any and all things? 100%. But we also serve a sovereign God, right? So, and our ways are not his ways. So there's going to be things that we're just not going to understand. And we cannot take the notion that God can do anything, that he will do anything. And it's not always the case. And many of people have been in a situation which is not healthy to them, because we are also flesh. And we have to be acknowledging of that while we're on this earth, that we are flesh, and we have to be careful because the flesh is weak. So if we continue to be in relationship in situations where things that are not nourishing to our flesh, nourishing to our spirit, that's not going to be healthy for anybody, including ourselves. And you can't pour from an empty vessel. And I think many a person has convinced themselves that they can do something with the best intentions, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions, because what you intend to do and what you do, you know, are two different things. So I can intend to be a nice person. I can intend to be respectful, but am I always? No. And I think we just need to be conscious of that. Look, as somebody who lived a divorce, and trust me when I tell you, I tried everything that I could before it got to that point. But you are in relationship with two people, and sometimes those two people are just not meant to be. And I think the guilt and the shame is what took me the longest time to get over. And I think once I realized and felt from God a sense of, we talk about apologizing, right? That I couldn't apologize away. It's a stain, right? But I had to be absolved from God. And if I didn't feel absolved from God, it would have weighed so heavily on me, because as a believer, I never thought I would get divorced. I made a pledge to God and to my wife. So I think we have to be very cautious of what we tell people, right? And, yes, you should seek counseling. I did. Yes, you should go to God. I did. Yes, you should seek counseling that is Christian, that is of your same belief system. And I did. The conclusion was the same.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same. And I think there are those instances, yes, can we repair? Should we be quick to throw out 100%? We should not. We should value our vows and the person that we're with. But in some instances, we need to move on, because if we stay in it, it's unhealthy. When I tell you the level of resentment I had inside of me, I couldn't even recognize my own self. So staying in that is not good for me. And, unfortunately / fortunately, we didn't have children together. I had stepchildren, but we didn't have still biological kids together. It didn't change my level of commitment, but at the end of the day, I had to face the fact that, who am I becoming? Is this what God wants for me? Am I God's best in this relationship? Am I serving him, myself, and my wife the best being together in a situation like this? And if the answers are no, then you have to leave. We can't spiritualize it, because that's over spiritualizing or saying God can do it. You can hope and wait, but you're waiting on another human being to change. And he told us we can't change people. We can't. And if they don't want to change, or we don't want to change, sometimes we gotta know when to hold them and fold them, take our lessons, and learn to do better for the next go round. And I think that's okay sometimes, and I think, like I said earlier when he was talking, I think the nostalgia is great to have. It gives us hope of what we can get, but we have to more so look forward.
Yeah. Yeah, bro. And I think, I think as well, like my biggest thing is, so I won't tell the whole story. I'll just quickly tell it. Like, I remember a situation where I felt like God had told me what the other person was gonna do, right? And I sat out for 12 months waiting for that person to do what I thought they were gonna do. And in the end, they did what they want to do. When they came back, they had so much baggage. There's no way I can go forward again with that person. So what God said was true. Sometimes you see a part of what God sees, but the fullness of it is not always revealed. Sometimes relate, and again, I keep saying it. What people don't realize is God wants people not to divorce. Absolutely, He wants people to marry. Absolutely, but the bigger picture is that's not what pleases Him. What pleases Him is faith. So yes, there were opportune times where yes, there may be situations where, and when I say faith, not a blind faith. I want to make it very clear. I want to make a distinction between the two. There is blind faith where I go, I want to believe this. I want to believe this, that this is going to happen for me. Yeah. I want to be a millionaire. So I'm gonna believe it. That's blind faith. The faith we're talking about here is a revelation. It's revealed from the Father to you. And when you carry out what He said, that is what we're calling faith. It's revelatory. Each individual has their own revelation that God reveals to them, and they are to live through that revelation. So that revelation, that aspect, does not mean you're going to be an amazing partner, does not mean you're going to be an amazing parent, even, because those are humane skills you have to learn. You have to learn. That's why the Bible says about Jesus, Luke 2:52, he grew in stature, and he also grew in wisdom and in favor amongst men. There is an aspect of learning what this life is about. There's an aspect of growing in experience of what this life is about, how to handle life coming at you. And when it comes to relationships, there's an aspect where we have to learn also certain things that are going to help us in, number one, choosing a partner, and two, how to maintain one. You can do Rabaka Bobo Shele for the next 12 hours, sir. Okay, Moses was in the mountains for how long? When he came down, brother, face was shining, nobody could look upon his face. But the thing is, if he kept on doing that in this modern day and age, how would that relationship last? 40 days, every day you go in the mountains, 40 days. There are certain things that are prescriptive and not descriptive. There are certain people who have a certain type of marriage and they have been given a miracle where God has done something incredible, and it's not prescriptive, it's descriptive, meaning God has done something for this person here that only works for them. It's not for you to take on and be like, well, then God's going to do the same for me. No, it just shows us that God can do anything. But let's go back to Sean's powerful statement. Just because God can do everything doesn't mean He's going to do everything. It goes back to that powerful statement. So what I'm saying is, give yourself the best chance possible. How is it that people in the world can stay in marriages forever and we as Christians cannot? It's because they understand the principles when it comes to relationships and what's needed to stay in those relationships. The principle of love, the principle of respect, the principle of understanding, knowledge, and wisdom. All of that is also needed. All of that is needed in regards to how we live our lives. So I can be the most amazing quote unquote Christian. I can preach the word 100% and have absolutely poor relational skills because I was listening to God. And this is my final thing in this. One thing I was talking to God about is that everyone assumes that just because you receive Christ, He touched all areas of your life. Not true. He touched you. But if you don't open that door to let Him touch certain areas of your life, you'll still realize there's darkness in those areas. The salvation has changed. You're now a kingdom child, but there's parts of you, for instance, your finance. Do you trust Him with that? Do you trust Him with your relationship? Do you trust Him in healing you in areas of emotional wounds and stuff? Do you trust Him in, your career? There are areas of our life we have to trust Jesus into and say, Jesus, I'm allowing you to come in. If you don't, you operate on whatever knowledge you have from the world, and you can make the best of it, and it could work for you, and it can also go horribly wrong for you, depending on what information you have. You get me? Go for it, Sean.
Yo, what you said just resonated 100%, right? Because, and this is why we are called to have an intimate relationship with God, right? And that intimacy is the fact that we are vulnerable and we allow Him access into all parts. And what happens is, and listen, we joke, we call me deacon, but I was one. right? And I taught Bible study and I worked under, my pastor. And you can convince yourself of anything. And that is the power of the human mind that I learned. And that was a lesson for me, even in my own marriage, right? Because you can definitely spiritualize, scripturalize anything and almost justify your actions. But if you truly sit still and listen to the voice of God, you'll be surprised what he's telling you to do. And I think sometimes we put it through our lens, and we have to be reminded so often that his ways are higher than ours. And God is sometimes going to do the thing that we would never guess that he would do. But we have to be willing and open to be able to do that. And the last part I'll say is, this is a lesson that I taught, and this also reminded me as we were talking, and it's something that sat with me because God planted in my heart, right? It is that as believers, we are not isolated from problems and challenges. We are insulated. So that insulation provides a form of protection. But some of us believe that we are isolated, meaning that we won't have issues, and we will. And sometimes it's the very thing that you never thought you could imagine. But it's the belief that you can get through it with God is that what is so important. Not that you won't go through it. And I think that's where we fall short, because we think God won't let us go through it. God won't give me more than I can handle. Yes, he will, because the more than you can handle is the stretch. It's the stretch that you need to be better. It's the stretch that you need to be uncomfortable. And I think some of us we don't want the uncomfortability. We want to believe that as a believer, there's no challenge, there's no fire, there's nothing that we're going to go through. Absolutely not. You're convincing yourself of something that's untrue. Marriages will end in divorce, and it is unfortunate, but where will you be on the outcome? How many believers that we have heard talk about what's happened to them as a result of their divorce, and they are so much better. And as much as they talk about, whether it's the brother that's up in Texas, right? My dear future wifey, right? He would have loved to stay in his scenario, right? But you realize that you had to go through that. And it's the same for me. I would have loved it if I could have just, my life would have stopped all those years ago and we could have just kept going. But it wasn't God's plan, and I'm better today than I was then. But I couldn't think that. And I think sometimes we just have to, it's the incomprehensible. Like, I'm going to go through some ish. I'm going to go through some stuff. But God is still there. God never left me. I might have felt like that in the moment, but he did not, because I'm still here talking. I'm still here. He'll put people in your life. You guys came into my life at this time, and it just gave me a different experience. And I thank God for that. So I think, like, sometimes we have to get out of the utopia that we think comes through God, and it's not a utopia. It's not. We love the good things that God brings, and he does bring those, but it's not going to all be utopia. He's not all going to just give you everything you want. You're going to close your eyes and wake up and everything's going to happen. If you're expecting God to be a miracle shake, whatever those snow globes are, that's you're looking for God for the wrong thing. You're looking for his hand, and he wants your heart. And by the heart means change. So that's what I feel.
Deacon Sean. That's our Deacon Davis there, sir. Providing us with the word. Get me? You got me fired up, bro. It's 5 a.m. in the morning for me, but he got me fired up. But it's so true, bro. And maybe I just want to quickly say that I think that this is so powerful, because it's getting us out of the religiosity, of understanding that there's a level of accountability on our part, that we have to play our part in this situation. So, I can pray and say, God, help me in this situation. And sometimes the situation, how I'm looking at it, I want it to be solved in a particular way. You know what I mean? I want it to be this way, but unfortunately, how it looks like, God may have to allow the situation to die in order for there to be a resurrection. And sometimes that happens. It's unfortunate. You know what I mean? It's not the way we want it to happen. Sometimes, you know, we've all prayed that prayer before. Lord, you know, take that, you know, if it's not for me, take it away from me. And you're partly in your mind, you're like, don't take it away from me. You know what I mean? It surely isn't. It surely is for me. And then he takes it away. And you're like, wait. And it's because he has a greater plan than we do. And sometimes that plan, how it looks like to the outer experience is like, wow, he's clearly he don't love clearly the Lord don't love him or whatever. But why is he going through that? And the same thing with Job, it's the same thing. But it's like you have to understand that God still gets the glory. God is still working on the person, and we may take a left, and it may not be what God has asked for us, but He's gonna work it out. And sometimes relationships come to an end because of where God has got you going and where He's called you to be. And sometimes those experiences are actually what help to actually help other people. You know what I mean? It is what you have. Sean has a unique insight now. I don't have that insight. He has a unique insight and a unique perspective now to see things from a different lens. I don't have. So, and someone asked me a question: would I take advice from a counselor who was divorced? Yes, if he was wise. I respect wisdom. I don't respect your title. I respect wisdom. If you have actual wisdom and revelation and knowledge, I'm gonna take it on board. Because for me, titles mean nothing. And some of these Christian counselors, no offense to them, they are Christianese, okay? They give you the word of God in every situation, not solving those psychological issues. The Bible works alongside psychology. It works alongside it. As a Christian, for me personally, I see the two going hand in hand. If my faith comes before, I should be able to interpret the psychology to present it to you in a relatable way. The scientist who believes that Christ is first should be able to take science and prove, and in his own way, that God exists through the form of his discipline and practice. It is the believer and his spirit first that is interpreting what he's using as a tool to now bring to other people, to bring healing in those domains. The ministry of reconciliation. I do it through relationships. So if you, me personally, if someone just throws scripture at me and says, this is how we're going to heal your relationship, I'm going to look at them like, sir, now you know the scriptures is good. Okay, you could have just given me the scriptures. I could have gone home. I don't need to be here for an hour. But if you're going to just throw scriptures at me and not really break down what's happening to me, what are we doing here? You know what I mean? So sometimes, yes, I want a Christian counselor, but not the ones that just know how to throw scripture at you. Because if I needed that, I could have gone to a pastor. I need some of you, and you know what I'm talking about. Some of you Christian counselors out there need to actually know how to counsel. You just know about the word of God, and that's beautiful. Preach that on a Bible study, but this is not the counseling we need. Some people need genuinely psychological breakdowns of what's going on in their relationship. You know, so no beef with people who do Christian counseling. I just want you guys to get with it, because it's some of you are the stories I hear from some of you. Yeah, you ain't helping nobody. So you know what I mean? Go on, Sean.
Yeah, no, I think the practicality along with the theoretical is super important. And I mean, again, this comes back to what God does. And sometimes, like, there's that story, right, where there's a man who is stranded in the middle of the ocean, right? And I'm gonna jack it up a little bit, but y'all will get my point, right? That the man is stranded in the middle of the ocean, right? And he's drowning. And he is praying to God, God, please send me someone, right? And then he gets, there's a piece of driftwood that rises by, and he just lets the driftwood go. And he was like, no, I'm waiting for God, right? Somebody passes on a ship and like slides a life raft down to him, and he was like, no, I'm waiting for the hand of God. Then the Coast Guard comes with a helicopter and drops a line down to him, and he waits. He's like, no, I'm waiting for the hand of God. Unfortunately, he meets his maker, right? Because we don't want this to be demonetized. And then he gets to heaven, and God said, what? And he says to God, what happened? I was waiting for your hand. You promised me your hand. God said, I sent you driftwood, a life raft, and lastly, a helicopter. You ignored all three. Now, I think this is common, so many people have heard it, so it's in jest, right? But the point is, sometimes we're super spiritualizing how we expect God to show up in our life. Don't super spiritualize how God is going to show up in your life. It's not always the way that he's going to show up. Listen, he came to us. Jesus Christ came on a donkey. And many dismissed him because of his entrance. Wrong. Don't dismiss. God can speak to you plainly. It's not always going to be the angel, banging down your door at night. Sometimes it might, but it's not always going to be that case. And I'll say this to summarize. I thank God for my pastor at the time because we had spiritual conversations, but we also had real world practical conversations. So he was able to not just speak through me, speak to me, speak to my, now ex-wife, but also walk me through and see the different ups and uphills and downhills. And eventually, did he encourage me to stay 100%? But at a certain point, he was like, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I've given you counsel, but I can say whatever you feel like God is putting on your heart is what you need to do, right? So it's not him telling me what to do, right? But he's saying, what is God speaking to your heart? And when I closed my eyes and when I was by myself, I could hear what God wanted for me to do. And again, it wasn't my pastor saying, yes, you can get a divorce and it's okay, because at the end of the day, my pastor is not the one that has to live with it. He's not the one that has to live in the marriage if I decided to stay, or he's not the one that's going to have to live with the divorce that I chose. So ultimately, our relationship with God is super important, and we need to be silent enough to hear and see him when he shows up and not anticipate and expect or predict or think how we want God to show up for us, because in some ways it's not the way that we think he is. And it's okay. So.
There you go. There you go. I feel like my algorithm is already starting to reorganize, bro. I was on a video which I haven't even refreshed, and the two videos are up there. It's toxic relationships and they had no plans to remarry, but God had different plans.
Listen, my prayer and hope is that the positive does come. But I think what's most important is that it's the condemnation. And I think this is the one thing as the church that we need to steer away from in these times is the condemnation. Therefore is no condemnation in Christ. And this is what happens and why I felt it on my heart to talk about how I arrived and how that sometimes is the case. I don't want that for anybody. But what I'm saying is, if it's you, don't feel condemned. Don't feel set aside, because you're not. If it's God's word and voice that you're hearing. And don't feel like because you're a believer, you're not going to go through extreme hardships, because you will. But he will be there. I think that but is the thing that cancels out everything that came before. I just want people to not, because that shame does things to people. You see people in themselves because of shame. You see people in deep depressions because of shame. You see people not interacting and sharing love because they're so scared. Like, that's the one thing that I know God blessed me, because I'm not scared of marriage. And I know we've had these conversations. I'm like, yes, I would get married again with the right woman, right? So I'm not scared of that, because God showed me that there was a way forward. And I was able to live through one of the most difficult challenges in my life, but it's because he was there. So I think that's where the hope is. That's where the encouragement is. Don't get caught up in the details of sometimes things not working according to what you wanted or what you think, but know that God will get you through it, but not that you might go through it. So.
That's it. You get me? That's it, sir. So I don't know. Sometimes I'm struggling. What was the most impactful thing he told you to help you move forward? That's a question to you, bro. So I'll let you answer it.
I think for me, it wasn't that he helped me move forward. It was him being just a listening ear to me, right? Him not telling me, no, don't get divorced, but him pushing me to God. Him challenging me to ask myself questions about where I was. And I think that's the most important part, right? We're talking about apologies, right? We need to sometimes we got to apologize to ourselves, because I had to let go of being right and making the right choice, right? I wanted to not be wrong in selecting the wrong choice, right? I wanted to be right about everything that I had done in my marriage. But ultimately, I had to let that go, because if I didn't let it go, it was going to take me down. Because holding on to this notion of I'm always right, even when it's something so close and so personal, doesn't do anything for you. So sometimes you need to apologize. See, I'm sorry, right? I'm sorry for putting all the weight of a situation on you that really wasn't yours to be put on. I'm sorry, Sean, for judging me for what I did when it was what I was supposed to do. And I think that's the big, if you can apologize to yourself and be accountable to yourself for the things that you did, and also acknowledge, hey, listen, I made some mistakes. I might sit here and feel like I was right, but if I did that, who am I serving? Myself. Because I was wrong too. I could sit here and blame her all up and down, but that's wrong, because that's not real and it's not true. So I have to apologize. And I'm sorry, E, we loved you, but a my bad ain't gonna fix that. My bad ain't gonna fix a divorce of somebody you thought you were gonna be with forever. You need to own that. You need to sit in it. You need to parse through all those different layers. And that's where you gotta dig deep in yourself, because that's the only way you're gonna get better. That's the only way that you're gonna acknowledge, like, hey, listen, we do fall down, but we get back up. But if I just let it, brush it off and said, oh, it was her. She didn't realize the good man that I was. Her loss. Come on now.
The preaching is hot today, boy. The preaching is hot today. Whew, the preaching is hot today. Well, right on time as well, 4 hours. So, Sean, give us a benediction.
No, we won't be long, church, with the benediction. Because I think Coach Joe and I, this last 30, 40 minutes together was, it was God divine. It was God ordered. And it was, for me, what I needed to hear and what I needed to get out as well. And I think, like, ultimately, listen, we talk about apologies. God says it right? We should be slow to offense, but quick for reconciliation. And that reconciliation means apologies, right? So women should apologize to men, whether it's the men you're in relationships with or in surroundings of, and the same for men to women, right? But ultimately, the main apology goes to ourselves, right? Be comfortable apologizing to yourself for the mistakes that you made, so that you can learn to not make those same mistakes again, and do the same for the people that you love and that you're in relationships with.
Thank you, Sean. I appreciate it, Sean. As always, Deacon was on point. But no, the last 40 minutes, 50 minutes of this conversation has just taken that great turn. I think just some real gems have been shared as well. And I hope that anybody out there, because I know a lot of us are single, but some of us also are going through situations like you was explaining, Sean, and may need that help as well, just to free them from the guilt and the shame. And to be reminded that, God is not offering shame and guilt to you. You know what I mean? And that you can free yourself from that, and so we just want to hope that this conversation, it took a detour, which was beautiful. We love a good detour. I do. We start off with a topic and it detours into another great area. And it speaks, hopefully, life into people in this situation as well. So if you're new to the channel, do me a massive favor. You're going to like it. You're going to share. You're going to subscribe. You're going to click on that bell button for notification of the uploads. It's a pleasure to see you guys, man. I can't leave you without letting you leave here with something. Okay. Can't let you leave without leaving here with something.
I'm leaving here with something. You know what I mean? I'm from around the way. I'm leaving with something.
As always, leaving with something. And just to say as well, tomorrow, I'm sure I'll be doing a live on Love is Blind. I have to watch it now. And then I'll put up a time. I'll probably be in the afternoon somewhere. But yeah, we look forward to be able to discuss Love is Blind tomorrow, and yeah, we'll see you guys soon. Listen, don't spoil it for me, because you guys already kept telling me what Kwame may be doing. A Ghanaian apparently let us down, bro. He's been doing stuff with snow bunnies. But anyway, listen, guys, we're gonna love you and appreciate you. We will see you again soon. Let this.
Not on my watch. Not on my watch.
That's Dr. Umar telling Kwame to stop that.